We're back.
We
Oh, man.
are back.
Begrudgingly speaking, they're begrudgingly. I'm happy to be here. I'm excited to be here.
No one loves this game like
So you can immediately
Clue.
murder Tim's.
Oh yeah, already murdering Tims.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause I like this game. I don't like this. I don't like these Tims. No. All right. Where I forgot. Momentarily, I forgot what fucking game I was playing, and I pushed triangle to try and open the fucking pause menu.
Oh, you fool. Oh, you
I am the fool.
How did you forget there's only one button?
I know, right?
It's
There's-
such an easy and intuitive
Yeah.
gameplay.
Yay! Oh, yay! I'm so happy and so excited to be here, back with my good friend Mr. Bala in the Wonder World. All right, we're gonna go to World 3 because that's. Oh, I forgot that's what the Act 3 doors looked like, and my brain saw 3 and was like, ah, World 3. No.
Incorrect.
All right. So, Mush, what are you doing on your side?
So we actually have a multi-stream going on right now, and well, as of right now, we only have a blank background of stage curtains, but I am going to be going back and reading more of the terrible novel adaptation of this
Let's
game.
fucking go.
Yes.
Oh.
The Adventures of Street Beat Leo.
Mm-hmm. So we started doing this last time Clue streamed Balan, which was a long time ago.
Yeah, no, the last time that we streamed the novel specifically was when I finished the game and I was going through the Act 3 stages. And we didn't bring it back for the subsequent ones where I played the game as a joke. Hang on a second, why am I not doing the obvious thing?
I don't know what the obvious thing is.
Getting my fucking triple jumper outfit.
Ah, right. The blatantly OP one.
I'm gonna scroll all
Assuming you
the
have
way
any.
to the right.
Oh yeah, Double Trouble. Key Mouse. How could I forget Key Mouse?
Mickey Mouse is
The most
cute.
useful. I don't think you have triple jumpers.
I don't, actually. I just have the one double jumper.
God.
Oh, no, I remember what I was going over here for.
Okay, so yeah, in essence, we're Clue is going to be playing more of the game, and then I am going to be reading more of the novel alongside. As a quick recap, basically, the first entire third of the book is introducing us to the weird names they gave each and every one of the characters.
Yeah, I was going to say, can you go over those again? Because I don't remember any of them.
Oh,
To be clear, I don't remember any of their regular names either, but...
do they even have actual names?
They do.
The man who rages against the sword.
Of course, of course.
The man
So-
who rages against the corn. Hang on,
I guess
have
I'll
to actually go and see
guess
what
I'll bring
their
up the
what their
page
names
then.
are now.
I'll bring up the page on my end. All right, so we have Street Beat, our main character who Clue is currently playing as.
Yep, except he's a redhead.
Now, yeah, this one's blonde. We have the Fighter.
A girl called Fighter.
The girl called Fighter. I
The
forgot
girl
she had a
called
fucking
Fighter.
title. Oh man.
We have Balan.
grinning
Not even Balan. The grinning man in the top hat, and Lance.
He gets a normal name.
He just gets his normal name. Basically, the plot of the book adaptation is that Lance has taken all of the characters captive and is pretending to be a gracious host for them, and then he feeds on their emotions or some shit like that.
Yeah, like this. with this Kingdom Hearts ass cutscene. This happens after the novel starts, to be clear.
Oh
The
yeah,
novel
yeah.
begins and he looks like that, and he's all friendly looking, and then he's like, "Oh, Underworld is in danger. Here, embrace the nothingness and your depression."
Shit,
And
that's
then-
right. He turns all of the characters into their boss battle forms as and they all voluntarily accept it because he claims it's like a way to protect your world of dreams or some shit.
I still don't understand why these don't play at the beginning of the stage instead
That
of at
would
the
make
beginning of the
things
boss fight.
make a lot more sense, yes. But as for
Because,
the
like, overall, they are, like, pretty decent at, like, explaining an emotional conflict. Even if it doesn't explain the literal events that happen, like, it still shows that the person is, like, troubled. And it gives context as to why the stage is the way that it is. But, you know, fuck that.
Anyway, moving on. Next we have the Clock Tower Kid. Who's the little girl with the green hair and the cat.
Clock Tower Kid's actual name is...
I don't fucking.
Oh shit! They do actually.
Cass?
They do
Yeah,
actually
no,
have
that's
all
why
their
I'm in this
names in
menu.
this.
Her name is Cass Milligan, and she has a very cute design.
She is adorable.
And then her cat fucking dies. Except it doesn't.
Somehow.
Because this game is fucking stupid.
You want me to go on, or are we going
Yeah,
through?
no, keep going, keep going.
Okay. We have the Pensive Piero.
Yes, Pensive Piero.
Clown Man.
I fucking hate him.
Scarecrow, the farmer.
That's not his name.
His name is
Attilio
Scarecrow.
Corn.
Yeah, this is Farmer Ted. But yeah, so the clown's name is Attilio Caccini. And
I
then
hate Italians.
yeah, I know. And Farmer Ted's name is Jose Gallard. But it's not. It's Farmer Ted.
You're whitewashing him? No, I'm sorry.
I missed this somehow. Bugsy! I
Bugsy!
forgot her name was Bugsy.
That's a better name.
Bugsy!
Bugsy.
I love this fucking caterpillar.
It's a wiggler.
I pointed at my computer monitor as if that had any indication.
We have Watcher of the Woods.
T-pose arms.
I must have
Yeah,
been. The background
the
characters.
background
Yeah.
don't bend their arms at all.
Yeah, that's a deliberate
These bugs
effect,
are
I
so
bet,
cute,
but just
though.
like given the overall quality of the game in general.
Mm-hmm. The
Next
Watcher
is
of the Woods.
and Sentinel of the City.
Yeah, Santa Hudson and the worst. Ace?
Ice?
Ace?
Ice?
Ice.
Firefighter
Either
named
way,
Ice.
his world is the worst.
Yeah, it's the one where Mario screams at you. Or Wario, rather. No,
That
it
was
was Mario. That's right. Next is Sky
Oh,
Gazer.
yeah. Why is this art so nice?
I don't know. I got some
His name is.
good artists and illustrators for this shit.
This kid's name is Hayao Chung or Chang. I didn't read it.
One or the other.
Non-white name.
True.
I'm like maybe 20% confident that any of these names actually are like actual names because most of them just look like nonsense. Or they look like what Japanese speakers think English names are, like that one Famicom
like
baseball
Death Note.
game.
Oh, that was a good one.
Or I think what's his face? Jeff Thew, when he was doing his review of Platinum's End, he said like that's just what the guy who wrote Monogat, or I think it was Monogatari, or whatever the fuck, I don't know, Bakuman. This is just what the guy who wrote Bakuman thought English names sound like. And who am I to say no? Definitely not Jeff Thew. Probably something like Garfield Thundercheeks. I don't know. And just that example.
I'm
always
changing
stuck
my
out to
name
me.
to that.
That's a warrior cat's name.
Yeah, and it goes hard.
Next,
Yeah.
wait. Sky Gazer and Sea Gazer.
And Sea Gazer is one of the few characters who sounds like she has an actual name. Fiona Demetria.
Madam of the Mansion.
What's her name?
She's down the other.
Lucy Wong, actual name
Another
again.
actual name. Checkered King. The guy.
Ibn Via. Oh no.
Guy who
Cal
loses one
Suresh.
chess match and then decides to retire and beat up kids in chess.
Yeah.
I respect it. Fuck them kids.
This cutscene is probably the single funniest one though. Just because like there is an actual thing that happens to this character that is relevant to him being like emotionally upset, and yet this doesn't convey any of it. It just looks like he's being a fucking bitch.
Loses once.
And then he dies.
That's so
Invisible
sad.
Custodian.
Bruce Stone.
Now that's a comic book name.
Oh, this says
Dubby's
Lady of the
wife.
Midnight Sun, but we know this is Dubby's. She's actually just Dubby's wife.
Yeah.
That's her
Debbie's
name.
wife. Also, her both her parents and also her fiance actually have like decently recognizable character designs. When you see them, like clearly, like they're actually, I don't know, like it's just bizarre to me that you don't
Maybe it's
see
like
them at all on the stage.
Maybe it's like metaphorical.
Something like that, probably.
I choose to believe that everything is literal. It's
In the
funnier
Dream
that
World
way.
game?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I could have phrased
Yes.
that better. Oh, that was the last one.
Oh, cool! I can actually go play the game now.
Yay.
I think it's worth noting that they don't like shorten these names at all. They're referred to with the entire title every time.
Yep. Yep. And that's the funniest part.
Even
But
funnier.
you know what I should have been doing that whole time? I should have been grinding for double jumpers.
That would probably have been smart, yeah.
Oh well.
Even better though is that they actually make Street Beat's name longer by hyphenating his real name to the end of it, and then they say that every time.
It's so
Street Beat
good.
Leo.
Street Beat Leo.
It's his parents got divorced. That's why his name is hyphenated. That's why he's traumatized, not because he doesn't have any friends, but because his parents are divorced.
I believe it.
Forbidden lore.
All right, this wasn't the page that it was on when I opened up the book, but we're just gonna start from the beginning of the section.
Might as well.
Part 3, Battle.
Battle!
Uh-oh.
Not all is well in Balan Wonderworld.
The one that used to be Scarecrow. When Street Beat Leo opened his eyes again, he couldn't help but gasp at the strange scenery surrounding him. Where are we? Where you told me to go only a few moments prior, no? Also, get used to fucking Balan's rhymes.
His
Oh
rhymes
my
are
God,
so
that's
dog
right.
shit. Also,
Yeah, no, there are some that are like actually decently cute, and then there are, but then like because he has to speak like that all the time, it just becomes so insufferable.
They really
So
have
many of
to
them are
force
so
it.
bad. So bad.
Most of them are just bad.
This is Scarecrow's stage? Said Leo, gulping. Are you sure? Where there ought to have been an expanse of cornfields was instead an endless, towering stone wall. Sure as sure can get. He's transformed it for battle, if you want my bet. Streetbeat Leo looked around as Balan spoke. Here and there he caught vestiges of the old stage he remembered. He was relieved to see that the farmhouse porch at least was unchanged. What's with the wall?
Oh, good.
Balan put his hands on his hips. A physical manifestation of his real-world harm from before he came here to this farm. You think he's trying to
He
protect...
doesn't even separate his rhyme scheme well, is the problem I have.
So
no
bad.
kind of flow whatsoever. You think he's trying to protect his stage from the dancing trees he saw in his vision? I don't remember that part.
what?
I guess that's how they're representing the tornado?
Maybe?
No, I think they're talking about the end goal for the stage. If you recall, each of them is like a dark.
Oh yeah, the end goal trees, maybe something to do with the negatives.
Oh, right.
Yeah. You're rhyming, Mush. You're rhyming.
Oh god.
It's bleeding over.
Oh god, it's contagious.
Oh, God, no!
A good guess, little one. You're quite the sleuth. But you'll have to free Scarecrow from negativity to get the truth. Scarecrow, what are you trying to protect your farm and yourself from? So, how do I free him then? Remember the lights that flew out of Clock Tower Kid when she changed? Those were positive fragments of her heart, the last two that remained.
It didn't even fucking rhyme.
That's a bad... Changed remain. That's a stretch.
You're just bullshitting at this point.
You must find everyone's fragments somehow, then fire them into the mark Lance left on their brow. As Balan spoke, Streetbeat Leo caught sight of the fuzzy furball creatures bouncing around. Before, they were so translucent he could barely see them, but now they were solid and defined. What are those things doing here? Those creatures are Tims, but of this you are already aware. They've grown weak.
Yeah, you know about the Tims. Everyone knows about the Tims. Am I right,
Everyone knows
fellas?
Tim's.
Everyone knows Tim's Vine Boom, it's just literally the shoes.
God damn it.
He just took his.
I am an enchanter. You may call me Tim?
With the question mark every time.
That's how he delivers the line in the movie.
If memory serves, he forgot what he was supposed to say there, but Tim was so much funny that just kept it.
Yup. They've grown weak due to the negative corruption everywhere. You couldn't see them while Lance held you in his sway, but they never left your side for a single day. And the poor things are starved for drops to eat. You should give them some, as a treat.
I don't
Cry,
think I
bitch.
will.
What'll happen if I do that? Balan
You'll
only
have to unlock a really long fucking side quest.
Yeah, it'll probably suck.
Balan only gave him an impish grin. Far be it from me to ruin the surprise. Raise one and see with your own two eyes. I think that's Scarecrow. Leo ran over to the farmer as fast as his feet would go, but Scarecrow vanished before he could reach them.
God!
This fucking sucks.
This is so good.
Balan groaned.
Me too, bro. Oh, this fucking guy.
Christ alive!
He's been taken
Ugh,
over by the
This
negativities
fucker doesn't even know what
light.
Tims are.
Take care, little one, when the time comes to fight. What are you talking about?
That's
That
what I'm
wasn't-
saying.
That wasn't him, I'm afraid. Just an illusion the positivity banished from his heart has made. Though in its weakened state the light still guides, it can show you where the real scarecrow hides. Then we have to follow it. There's no point going when we haven't cleared the first roadblock. Scarecrow has shut himself up tight, and there is only one key that opens the lock. Balin patted Leo's
It's
shoulder.
so inconsistent with like the meter in every rhyme, and that's what really annoys me
Absolutely
about it.
not.
Was this written in English, or at some point
No.
was
It
the figure
No,
out do
this
this
was
every
not.
single time?
Yeah, you know, despite
Yeah.
the fact that this game is available in like, hang on, how many languages?
More
Oh,
than
no,
it
I
needs.
Can't do it from
Yeah,
this menu.
they wanted it to be available in every single language available that that English speakers speak. Yeah, no, duh. They wanted it to be available in every language spoken on Earth. But the problem is
That's
they
a
made
lot
the
of
story-
languages.
they made the story exclusive to English and Japanese.
Maybe that's a good thing.
Yeah, nobody else is forced to suffer through this. The positive fragments of
No!
his heart we need, if from Lance's power he is to be freed. Leo nodded, then set off toward the stone wall that stood where farmland once sprawled.
Why?
Is
Why
the
would they do
narration rhyming now?
that? Hey, Maddie, good to see you.
Kinda, sorta? Not.
Close enough.
On the way, they passed a couple of
Nice
drops.
shot.
They were all floating in the air just out of the little Tim's reach. Leo grabbed them and gave them to the furballs where he could, noticing they seemed to perk up and grow a little bigger after eating them.
Please don't talk about furballs that perk up and grow like that.
They had been a little spooky when he hadn't been able to see them as anything more than blurry shadows, but now he got a better look at them. They were kind of cute. Some of the
They were
Tims he
blindingly
fed,
bright.
That's what we're all
neon.
saying.
some of the Tims he fed seemed to take a liking to him and followed him around as he walked. Kind of like this you can see right now.
They will not stop. To be
They
clear,
will not leave you alone. They kept on,
sometimes
like-
they'll throw themselves at enemies, and it's actually kind of funny.
They kept on like this for a while, Leo plucking drops from the air. Wait, just Leo? Just Leo?
Just Leo?
No, how you can't. You can't. You can't. He's.
Street Beat Leo.
That's not his
Pluck-
Christian name.
Plucking drops from the air and feeding the Tims bouncing in his wake. Look, and you'll see there are drops all around. Indeed, even inside that stone one can be found.
That's just fighting a guy that really, really wants to fuck Cloud.
Yeah,
You're
we
gonna
all
have to
know
be more
about
specific
Sephiroth.
than that.
Isn't that like half the cast of the game?
True enough.
And also most of the fandom.
In here? Leo touched the one Balin was pointing to. I need
Oh,
a
alright.
hammer or something to break it open. Balin gave an exasperated shake of his head. You forget we're in Wonderworld, where impossible is only a matter of your imagination's range. Your stage, little one, isn't the only thing you have the power to change. Images of Clock Tower
Ooh.
Kid morphing into a giant monster flashed through Leo's mind.
Oh, cool. So I can become a kaiju.
Yeah!
It's so hard, actually.
This ga-
That would make
Uh,
this game so much cooler.
We
Uh-huh.
need Balan Wonderworld, but it's Rampage.
That's a good question, Gomez. At the beginning, there was this whole subplot about Fighter
Oh.
turning up every once in a while alongside Balan to try and free everyone from the dream realms or something, but I can't remember what actually happened to her since.
I feel like C got, if I remember right, which I probably don't, because the last time we read this was like 2 years ago.
I should probably have done a quick glance over it just to refresh my memory,
Look, if
but
this
I
game
don't
doesn't,
want
if this
to.
game doesn't care enough to give you the story, why should we care about taking the story from the novel?
Exactly.
Yes.
point.
If I remember
Also, nothing fucking
right,
happened yet, so
if I
like.
remember right, Lance like kidnapped her or something.
90 pages of
so.
nothing.
Yep. 90 pages of character introductions. It's like a fan fiction, but they don't skip to the good part, and so they just have a bunch of really clunky introductions to every character.
Images of Clock Tower Kid morphing into a giant monster flash through Leo's mind. You mistake my intent. That isn't at all what I meant, said Balan, as if he could tell what Leo was thinking from the look on his face.
There are no secrets in the ghost world.
It isn't your negativity you draw power from now, but positivity. And I'll tell you how. Take cleaving open this stone for a start. Envision yourself strong enough to do it in your heart. Yeah, Pensive Piero!
Yeah!
That was her favorite one, aside from Street Beat, of course.
God.
Street Beat Leo is an immortal classic, but Pensive Piero is a close second.
Envision strength?
The fighter's in its own category.
Said Leo, not quite
It's not,
following.
is it the fighter or just fighter?
It's just fighter.
It's
The fight-
fighter.
Oh yeah, it's
No,
fighter.
it's just fighter.
You're thinking of like the every friend group has
Yeah,
name.
we are. Every single time her name comes up, I thought of that.
All I can think of.
Drug.
I prefer to just pronounce it as because that's all
Yeah,
that image
that's
clarifies.
that's probably the original intent.
Yeah. And the fact that it translates to friend is just funnier.
Mhm. Think of positivity like a costume you don whenever you need some additional brawn.
Is that what I'm doing?
I guess? A positive
fuck?
costume?
Why do I need keys to unlock my positivity?
It's called
If we,
depression,
wait,
baby.
if we wait a moment, they'll probably explain that too. This won't do. Balan tapped a finger to his lips. It still isn't coming to you? Well then, let me call forth Scarecrow's vision. Perhaps his stage's power will help your cognition. Something Persona 5.
Holy shit, epic Persona reference.
Someone get Five Tail in here and tell them that this is actually a novel that is about I'm trying to come up with a Maruki joke, but I can't think of anything.
Balan reached for Leo, and the moment he touched him, Leo was enveloped in light. He squeezed his eyes shut against the overpowering luminescence. Once it finally faded, he took a timid peek at his hands. They were giant, and his fingernails had sprouted into long, sharp claws. What did you do to me? Balan winked. A mirror appeared in front of him.
Never a good response to have!
And in it, he saw he'd been transformed into a wolf. He was still roughly the same height, but his whole body was covered in fur, and his upper half rippled with powerful new muscle. This...
See, it's always more impactful if you don't just explicitly say he was transformed into a wolf. It's always better if you just describe it first and then turned him into a furry. Hey, let's be clear. It wasn't Balan. It was
the power
Scarecrow.
of Scarecrow's
It was Farmer
cognition.
Ted.
Yeah, it was
Farmer
Farmer
Ted
Ted.
is a furry.
Farmer
Farmer
Ted is a
Ted
furry.
went to FurCon.
This
Farmer Ted's corn sona.
is the shape of strength in Scarecrow's eyes. See if its name you can surmise. Leo stared.
I can barely remember the names of these things, and I fucking read them.
Leo stared and stared at his reflection in the mirror. Tornado Wolf. Leo took in a sharp breath.
Whoa,
It was more than just a name that
epic.
came to him. He knew all of the things he was capable of in this form too.
He
All
knew
the
the
one
one
thing.
single thing.
The one single
one
thing.
He knew the one button press he could do.
Leo stood in front of the stone, drew an arm back, and swiped down as hard as he could. The stone shattered like delicate glass under the blow. Drops spilled out from the
To be
rubble.
clear, that to anyone that hasn't seen this game in a while, that is not what Tornado Wolf does.
Tornado
Nope.
Wolf jumps and makes a little tornado while it jumps. As
That is it.
As evidenced by the name. And that is the only thing it can do. In terms of responses to someone screaming,
can with
"What
the
did you
glitch.
do to me?" Giving a
wait.
wink is a close second to cackling maniacally
Fox,
and
Fox.
shouting about science!
What's Fox?
Box Fox!
Let's fucking go!
I can't wait till we
like
get to this
Fox
one. And the,
Fox.
oh god! Oh god!
Cute.
It's cute, but
It's so bad.
When it
This
feels like
costume,
it.
to be clear, this costume is what made me buy this. Or not, I didn't. But to be clear, I didn't buy this game. What made me play
The
this
first
game
time.
was seeing that tweet talking about Box Fox, and they get the pop-up message, and then they start walking, and then they go towards the slope, and then the slope just fucking kills them. Ow.
Oh, goodbye, Foxbox. I mean, Box Fox.
I always mix up what order you say it in.
I remember watching Foxbox when I was a kid.
Ooh. Hang on. Let me try that, actually. Do I have more than one Tornado Wolf? I better. It's almost like it's the first costume in the game. Should be able to do that, actually. It really is telling that it takes glitches to make this game interesting.
Yeah, like your speedrun attempt.
That was so fucking cool, though. I was super proud of that. I'd love to try it again after actually practicing a little bit. Okay, swap between them and jump at the same time. Oh, hang on. What does it actually do? Do I need to jump at the same time as changing, or is it?
Not what they said.
Balin grinned. And there are more
Oh,
costumes
same
to
frame.
be found.
Okay.
Ones that let you breathe fire or fly high above the ground. He cut
The
himself
fire one is the worst, to be clear.
because you can't jump while you can breathe fire.
You get one.
You know what? Let me try this, actually. I'm going to change the... It's tougher on PS5? Well, let me actually do this. I'm going to change the frame rate and go back to 30 frames per second. Oh, I'm at 30 frames. Okay. So then it should be slightly easier this time.
He cut himself off, grabbing Leo's shoulder and jerking his chin toward Negati. But the creature must have already spotted them because it was creeping their way. What should we do? There's only one thing to do. Get rid of it before it gets rid of you. You mean...
Kill or be killed, motherfucker.
Holy shit, epic Undertale reference. Story of Undertale.
I have to kill it?
Oh, whoa! There we
Whoa! Oh, okay! I think you got it.
go! Oh, you think? Look at him go! Aw, that was delightful.
Negati, and Tim's for that matter, don't die.
Man.
They just disappear
don't
when their
die.
power runs dry.
How is that different?
I don't know.
It
And
is a different. It is a
eventually
It is
they
a
do
unique
reappear.
action.
Eventually, they do reappear, though how long that takes is unclear. Leo breathed a sigh of relief to hear that. Even if the Negati were his enemies now, he'd gotten used to seeing the little creatures around Wonderworld. He didn't think he could bring himself to kill one, even in self-defense.
I could. Fuck those guys.
So, how do I make it disappear? Me oh my, asking questions you certainly do adore, especially all the ones I've answered before.
What's your fucking problem, man?
Balin gave
Oh
an
yeah,
exasperated
wowing
snort.
him. If there are any glitches in a given area that I'm at, feel free to remind me, because I do. It would be neat to try and show some of those off.
Negati come from the negative piece of a person's heart, born from their fears and doubt. The only way to get
Why
rid
is
of a
Balin
thing...
such a dick? Good
What is
question.
his fucking problem? What is wrong with him?
He's an asshole.
He is kind of an asshole.
Mhm.
Oh fuck! I don't actually have the clock tower guy. Fuck. That means I can't get one of the. What am I talking about? I can just fucking double jump.
Boing.
Who cares about actually following the stage gimmicks when you have double jump?
Haha!
Negati come from the negative piece of a person's heart, born from their fear and doubt. The only way to get rid of a thing like that is to
Is
simply stamp it out.
antidepressants.
Oh yeah, I did that one. I remember doing the first and second level
Oh,
checkpoints.
yeah.
using
Antidepressants?
Yeah, I remember doing that. That was so much fun. Let me actually see if I can do that again now that I think just for funsies.
As Leo puzzled over that, the Negati appeared right in front of him. Without thinking, he leapt into the air, stamping down hard on the creature.
Ooh.
The
Dusky.
Negati
You must not
That's a
sound
good
it
name for
first.
Yes, just like that. Now, the time for my advice is done. You'll have to figure out the rest as
My
you go,
work here is
little
done.
one.
You didn't do anything.
What, you're not gonna help me? This is your test, not mine, I'm afraid. To leave Wonderworld, you must earn the passing grade. Good luck,
And if you
little
fail,
one.
what happens? You die.
You're
I'll
just
be
stuck
cheering
there
you on to the
forever.
end. We'll meet
Yeah,
again
like that.
after you've rescued your friend.
Did I just get that first? Oh no, actually, the actual way of doing it lets you fly way up into the air, and it lets you skip over the gate too. But yeah,
Hmm.
I am actually trying to get all the statues right now, so I do actually need to go inside.
Alas.
But alas. But yeah, I do remember doing that. That was a lot of fun.
As soon as he finished speaking, Balan vanished. Leo felt helplessness creep into his heart now that he was on his own. But there was nowhere to go but onward, so onward he went. Towering walls crisscrossed the stage
Ow,
and
what the fuck? Forgot.
Bye.
winding, befuddling paths. Leo walked through
Oh
them.
no, that was that. You know what that was? That wasn't me hitting the fan. That was a vast antivirus popping up, and it clicked me out of the game.
Oh my god.
So it released the button for me. That's so funny.
It wants to save you. It
A
perceives
vast
its
antivirus
threat.
has detected that this is a problem for you. Oh, there's a mirror up there. Okay, that's where the first one was.
Leo walked through them, smashing any stones that barred his way. He picked up the drops that spilled from the rubble and gave them to the
Violence!
Tims that followed him, like Balan had suggested. With each drop, the Tims grew a little bigger, though Leo didn't notice any other changes taking place. They just stared and stared at him.
He looked at me,
that meant they were
And
happy.
I looked at him. He looked at me, and I looked at him. Go in the mirror. What the fuck?
Mirrors are banned.
Hold a button, press another button while holding the first. I will try that. Is that just
What do you
at
mean
any checkpoint?
another button? There's only one button in this game.
Yeah. There's button.
He followed the illusion scarecrow for a long time. It led him up a tall rise. At the top of the rise, there was a tree, big and beautiful and bright. Leo saw a light that looked just like the ones that had flown out of Clock Tower Kid's body, wrapped in a protective nest of branches. It's a heart tree. Leo realized he could figure the name of anything in Wonderworld now, as long as he stared at it
Oh,
long enough.
good. Oh, good. I'm glad someone can.
He reached for the glowing tree, but something zapped his hand back. Ow! Pain tingled from the tips of his fingers down to his elbow. It's protective.
Ouchie.
Turn it off.
Oh!
Hang on. So I go up
The
to a
lights.
checkpoint. I hold the button to activate the costumes, and if you push another button, they just go away.
Bye!
Bye.
Oh! Oh! Oh, jeez!
Oh.
It's protected by
This
negative
is,
power.
This kicks ass.
Okay, that's funny.
This is delightful.
Balance-
Finally, the
balance
Balan
Wonder
Wonderworld
Rave.
Dance Club. Balan Wonder Rave.
He looked closer and saw there was some sort of negative force field surrounding the branches. Drawing upon the strength of his
Fuck.
tornado wolf costume, he
Despawn.
wound a fist back and sent it flying into the branches with all his might, but the blow just bounced off without doing any damage. To the tree,
How
that is.
Ah,
The Tims behind him looked
Language.
from Leo to the heart tree, then seemed to understand what it was he was trying to do. A couple of them began
Alan
throwing
Wonder
themselves
Rave
at
at
the
a
tree.
Waffle House. That's delightful. I love that. I love that mental image of a bunch of friends going to a fucking Waffle House. I'm imagining that they're all cosplaying as Balan or Lance, or so they're either in like a very uppity top hat or just a comedically emo looking outfit at a Waffle House doing
At the Waffle
doing a
House.
rave. It's very fun.
The negative force field disappeared. Their positive power must have neutralized it. But the Tims that had struck the tree were as small as they had been before he gave them the drops, maybe even smaller. They must have used up the drops' power in their attack. Picture of the Tims bopping the tree.
bonk.
Are you hurt? The Tims only gazed at Leo with unreadable eyes. Maybe this is their way of thanking me for the drops. He felt a pang of guilt now.
They
looking at
kill
the-
for you.
the now tiny Tims. Thanks.
You can't just say that in a post-Christmas Carol world,
Uh-huh.
aka most of English literature.
He was getting to like the Tims more and more by the minute. There were little animals and
I
creatures
wish I
at
could say the
all the
same.
stages he had been to in Wonderworld, but up until now, he hadn't really cared about them
Hey,
one
what?
way
What?
or the
What?
other.
What? Okay.
Bye.
Goodbye, Street Beat Leo.
Mumbling another quiet thank you under his breath, Leo took hold of the fragment. As soon as his fingers closed around it, he knew what Scarecrow had abandoned when he rid himself of this fragment. He wanted to protect his family.
Kitty.
Just gonna let you think about that for a while. Like, this is completely original to the book. This motivation.
Yeah.
Jose's a Dilf?
Obviously.
Holy
couldn't tell.
shit. I'm sorry. I'll do better in the future.
Now,
You're not up to date on your Balan Wonder
I'm
World
sorry
lore?
for being so close-minded.
It was sad to think Scarecrow had discarded such an important part of his heart. The illusion Scarecrow was pointing again, somewhere off in the distance. That's right, Clock Tower Kid had 2 fragments. One down, one to go. Leo's search wasn't done yet. He went where the illusion led him. I still don't know why Scarecrow saw dancing trees in his vision. If he had to guess, they probably had something to do with the reason Scarecrow went into the Balan Theater in the first place.
Oh, yeah, no, they are referring to literal trees then.
yeah,
Like, they're
it's
not
the
talking about the
tornado
shadow
operating
tree.
the wind.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Trees being blown around by the tornado, most likely. Well, that and his desire to protect his family. Leo came to a castle wall. Peering at it, he saw it was missing something. Arrow slits. Castle ramparts always had those little holes in them so the soldiers inside could shoot arrows or guns at the invading enemy, but Leo couldn't see a single opening on this wall.
Guns confirmed canon to Balan Wonderworld.
Holy shit.
Warfare confirmed.
If those dancing trees were going to attack my stage, I'd want to be able to shoot flaming arrows or something at them. What's he trying to protect
Balan
his...
Wonder World of Warcraft.
What's he trying to protect his farm from, if not the trees? What happened to him in the real world? Leo shook his head. I'll worry about that later. Street Beat Leo pressed onward. At last,
I see how it is. Just gonna be inconsistent with your naming, I see. He's fucking bullshit never.
At last, he found the second heart tree. The Tims seemed to know what he wanted to do. They bounced ahead of him before he could stop them and rammed right into the tree. The negative force field surrounding it vanished, but the Tims that had rammed it grew smaller and weaker. I wish there was another way.
There's got to be another way.
Leo rushed to gather nearby drops, feeding them to his Tims. The fuzzballs got a little bigger after eating them. He let out a sigh of relief, then reached for the fragment. He didn't let any hardship
every time they
keep
try
him
and
down.
every time they try and explain like a gameplay mechanic, all I can think of is the fact that this should have been in like the manual. Like if they wanted to use like story as a means to explain gameplay mechanics to like reduce the amount of text in game, that would have been cute. If they had like Balan in the game say if you need guidance on where to look, check out the enclosed instruction book, and shit like that. Like, I think that'd be kind of like, as cheesy and bullshit as that is, that'd be kind of fun, and it'd be a good way to like get people to look and read the text and like not like engage in it in like a genuine manner to parse what they want to do. It's a little like artsy, but like it's fun, and it's a platformer game. Like, how hard can it be to intuit it without it, Not very.
Come on, Clue. Game manual's been obsolete since 2015.
Sad.
I miss game manuals so much.
Remember when you would be able to like have something to read on the drive home from the store?
Now all I get is the fucking health and safety warning. I hate it here.
He didn't let any hardship keep him down. But then something terrible must have happened that really got the Scarecrow. Leo shuddered to think what sort of monster Scarecrow's pain must have transformed him into. After all, when Clock Tower Kid discarded her fragments, she turned into a giant cat beast. Leo had hoped he might be able to talk things out with Scarecrow, but that was looking less likely now that he understood just how much of himself Scarecrow had thrown away by getting rid of these fragments. Balan was right. This was not going to be easy.
You are not health, nor are you safe.
The illusion Scarecrow led Leo onward into the stage until they came
These
to a door.
cute little fuckers. These are the guys that you're supposed to kill with Foxbox. Unfortunately, I have that. Or I don't have that, so...
Unfortunately, I have Vox.
Unfortunately, Box Fox.
Much to my chagrin, Box.
Beyond it, Leo knew he would find the real
Box
Scarecrow.
Fox being used as a verb is very funny.
Get Box Foxed, idiot.
Get Box Foxed, idiot.
He gripped the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge at all. Ah, right. He took out the two fragments of Scarecrow's hearts and touched them to the door. Slowly it opened.
Oh yeah, that's what you get when you touch the trees.
Mm-hmm.
You get the little fucking heart piece thing.
Leo
God, this
went
game's
inside.
stupid.
In the darkness, he saw a strange light flickering. What a horrible place to be shut up all alone. This must be the deepest part of Scarecrow's heart, but nowhere could Leo see even a hint of that beautiful farm of his. Suddenly, the wind started to howl, and a cyclone raged forward out of the darkness. It
Raged like the corn.
Rude.
It disappeared just as it reached him, revealing a gigantic something he could only describe as a monster. It looked just like his Tornado Wolf costume. Leo should not have been surprised. After all, he had borrowed the shape from Scarecrow's imagination. But unlike Leo's costume, this monster emanated strong negative power.
Oh.
In the few seconds they glared at each other, Leo came to know his enemy's name. Bartholomew!
Holy shit!
Bartholomew! Is he subtitles that work in the actual game itself?
It is not written in the game anywhere. It is written in the soundtrack. Like, I know the name of the boss because I have the soundtrack, but that's about the only way I've actually heard the name.
Bartholomew. So the changes went deeper than just his appearance.
Worst name I've ever fucking heard.
God, this goes so hard.
The monster lunged at
Bartholomew
him.
Street Beat.
Scarecrow, it's me. It's Leo. I mean Street Beat.
Stop dead naming yourself, kid.
It's me.
Bartholomew either did not hear or just did not understand. He swiped a giant paw at
Or he
Leo
didn't
that would
care.
have crushed him to dust if he hadn't leapt out of the way in time. Guess words aren't gonna solve this. With all his dance training, it wasn't too much of a challenge for Leo to
All
duck
of
and
his
dodge the
dance
monster's
training.
attacks.
All of your dance training don't mean shit. You're fucking dreaming, kid. It's like the Phantom Thieves not being able to do all that flippy shit they do in the metaverse. Like fucking obviously they can't do that shit in real life.
Mhm.
You're fucking dreaming, kid. Get off your high horse.
Monster must have realized that he
Well,
wouldn't
he
be
can
able to
do that
land
in
a
real
direct
life,
attack
too.
on Leo,
Yeah, probably.
because he whipped up another cyclone. How is he doing this? Leo bobbed
Magic.
and wove around the cyclone, making sure to avoid it as he tried to get closer to Bartholomew. Lance's mark at last came into his range.
I can't take it fucking seriously.
They keep calling him.
Bartholomew!
Does Joker have a gun in real life? He has a model gun. That's the whole point. Is that the enemies in the metaverse believe that it is real, so they perceive it as real. It's also the
Therefore,
reason
they
that
are able
they
to be hurt by it.
Yeah, it's also the reason that he can't just use infinite ammo, is because the enemies expect him to eventually run out of ammo, so he eventually runs out of ammo.
Leo thrust the two fragments
That
of Scarecrow's
doesn't
heart
quite
into the
track.
mark. An ear-splitting scream ripped out of Bartholomew's throat as the negative power started to slough from his body. Within the
Sloth,
writhing
that's a good word.
Within the writhing darkness stood Scarecrow, his face
weird,
slack
okay.
and eyes glazed over. Leo shouted
Like
his
at the
name
beginning
and
of
ran
that
to
one
him,
cutscene.
shaking him by the shoulders to try and snap him out of his trance. Scarecrow's distant gaze dialed in to focus on Leo. He smiled the gentle smile Leo remembered, though it was tinged with sorrow. Shucks, Street Beat. My memory's sort of fuzzy, but I attacked you, didn't I? I never should have let that negative power take a hold of me and turn me so hateful. I know it ain't no excuse, but I'm awful sorry. Leo shook his head.
Rickard.
It's okay. I know it wasn't
Shucks,
really
Street.
you.
All shook, street beat.
What entire nation?
That was a quick fight. Yeah, I think he hit him like once, twice, tops.
Yeah, just
It's about
once.
this is about as long as the fight took in the game, to be clear, but still.
Sure owe you big time for rescuing me. Like I said, I don't remember much since the negative power took over, except how heartsick it made me.
You know what I just fucking realized is that they're like quite literally just again, this is the Persona brainworm speaking, but all I can think of now is just the I am the shadow, the true self memes whenever they fucking turn into their and then they turn into a big ass monster that's way larger than their shadow form was, and then and sometimes they're genuinely scary. Like fucking Shadow Teddy.
And
Oh,
sometimes
man.
they are a disco ninja frog.
Yeah.
The
I
boss
am
fight was the
Shadow.
only thing in the book that didn't take 6 pages to explain, more like.
Where's that?
But Leo noticed the dark light lingering in Scarecrow's eyes. He was not totally free of negative power's grasp yet. Listen, I have to defeat Lance so I can go back to where I came from. Would you help me fight him? Scarecrow shook his head. I remembered everything from the real world. I worked real hard on the farm so I could give my missus all the nice things she deserved, so I could send our boy to college. Then, one night, the radio said there was a chance some rain and wind was a-comin'. It wasn't any old rain and wind that came, but one of the worst twisters I'd ever seen. The dancing trees in my vision, they weren't dancing. They were the trees on my
Oh,
farm.
good. I was wondering about that. Oh man, subtlety is this book's forte. It's truly incredible. Also, I forgot how much I fucking hate this costume. Rotund. Wait, hang on. Is there he has glass? He has a glass
Oh,
on his stomach.
There is a glass dome over the clock.
Ah, that would be cute if it wasn't so horrifying. Horrifying.
They weren't
Goodness.
dancing. They were the trees on my farm, getting tossed around like rag dolls in its wake. Leo understood now why Scarecrow had
The one thing that would improve this game, just the one, nothing else. Otherwise, this game would be perfect. Fucking ragdoll physics, please. Absolutely begging and screaming for ragdoll physics to be added in this game by a patch.
Leo understood now why Scarecrow had to put up stone walls around his farm. They were not meant to keep him out, but to protect the fields from the terrible wind. That was why there was no arrow slits. And that explained...
I don't remember there being any of those stone walls in World 1, actually.
At the very beginning of the level, there's the big...
Oh, no, I remember one now.
That Farmer
I
Ted's
used
sitting
it.
on.
Yeah, I do remember that now because it's part of the speedrun route.
Mhm.
You're supposed to like trick over it.
And that explained
Ghost
why Bark
trick over
followed
it?
you.
I'd
Had used a cyclone to attack him at the end. It was the fiercest, scariest power Scarecrow knew. That night, our old house moaned and groaned so much I could have sworn we were going to get blown away. All...
We're
Take
going to
his-
get blown. YouTube poop brain is the only thing keeping me going here. You gotta understand.
We couldn't take a single step outside for fear of getting tossed around. Next morning, I went outside and saw all the corn torn out at the roots. None of my crop had been spared.
Fuck you! Fuck you! I literally spent like 20 minutes wandering around and I didn't have Box Fox. And then I found that place and I was like, oh, I should go get Box Fox. And then I went and got Box Fox and I couldn't find that location again. And then I finally find it again and it's after I've already removed Box Fox from my inventory. Fuck this game. Anyway.
A sweet boy tried to comfort me, said he didn't need to go to college, but hearing that only broke what was left of my heart. I remember the shovel falling out of my hands. That's when I saw the Balan Theater, right in the middle of my mangled fields.
Yeah?
Fucking turned into Tasmanian Devil there for a second.
How appropriate, he's also a tornado.
Oh my god. Oh, delightful. I
Truth
didn't
is-
realize that it literally appeared anywhere. I thought it was
I
just
guess! Truth is, the corn crop on my stage would never ripen. I reckon that's on account of me being so afraid of a storm coming right before harvest time. I didn't want to grow something just to watch all that hard... I didn't want to grow
just to
something
watch
just
it,
to
all
watch
that
it,
hard
all that hard work get destroyed again.
Yeah, I'm trying to read where it is. I didn't want to grow something just to watch it all that hard work get destroyed again. Great. Good read. Good line. 9 out of 10.
I get it, said Leo.
8 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
Now he knew why he'd felt so uneasy on his first visit to Scarecrow's stage, when the farmer had told him
I
all he
get
did was
it.
sit in his rocking chair and
Oh,
look out at the
yeah.
fields of corn. Corn that the farmer made sure would always stay on the cusp of harvest, eternal potential that would never be lost or ruined. I broke my back working that farm, but what do I got to show for it? What am I supposed to do now that it's gone? Ain't nothing for me back in the real world. Might as well stay here on my stage.
But your family.
Hang on. Has the dance number not happened yet?
Not yet.
Okay,
There
good.
is no dance number in this world.
No! That isn't true, insisted Leo. I know how much you want to protect your family and how strong you are in the face of hardship. I gave both of those things back to you. Use that power to defeat Lance so you can go home to the real world, to your family. And do what? Shucks, how can I face him after all this? The farmer hung his head, covered his face with his hands. I'm as useless as a scarecrow in an empty field. Suddenly, Leo became aware of Balan's presence beside him.
Oh, white man
Feeling of
jump
being
scare.
watched.
For a time, we must leave him be, he sighed. Banishing the storm alone will not set him free. His despair goes very, very deep. His heart isn't yet strong enough to fight off its creep. But you've done all you can for your friend. The rest is up to him to mend.
Up to him, mend.
Wait, the rest is up to him mend.
Good job.
Lost the word 4, gain 1 now. Equivalent exchange.
Are you sure? Leo looked over at the farmer one last time. He still had his hands over his face, but between his fingers Leo could see the dark light that still glittered in his eyes. Come, little one, there are others yet to save, said Balan, glancing to Leo. Tell me where you want to go next, and the way I shall pave. To Invisible Custodian stage.
Oh, good. Go right to World 12. Do the speedrun skip. Save me.
Right order, Leo.
Save me the time, please. I'm begging
Look,
you.
the
Street
game
Beat.
doesn't give the stages to you in the proper order. Why should the book?
Yeah, but this is even worse than the improper order. It's just nonsense. Where the fuck is that stupid area with the little spike balls in them?
Isn't that it that you've been jumping over?
No, that's where we get the actual costume.
Down
But they don't
there?
show up there.
Oh.
Yeah, down there. They don't show up there.
Hmm.
I don't even know if that's where the fucking statue is. I just haven't been looking up a guide because I don't feel like tapping out every 3 seconds.
A kindly old chap he may appear at first, but I wouldn't underestimate the dark power his heart may have nursed.
Eek!
Balin brushed the brim of his hat, and
Here
Scarecrow's
they are,
farm
okay.
vanished. It was down there. Alright,
That was a different area. It was
Oh.
a slightly different area.
whenever you feel like it. What?
Get out of here! Yeah! 1 kill.
Yay!
Bop.
These guys are really cute, actually.
Do you need to have momentum in order to
I don't know.
actually damage the things?
Kill! Kill! Damn it.
Oh,
You-
violence has failed us.
Oh, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you.
you're going away.
I need to have the momentum. Kill! 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 Why am I not flying?
No, that's
Oh, there you are. Wait, no!
I only have the 1 box fox. Which is
Oh,
why I'm
no!
trying to- The prophecy has been fulfilled!
Get box foxed!
Hang on, wait, where's the, fuck, whatever. It's like 20 seconds late, but fine. Oh, you guys can't see it. I did the Smash Brothers game
Ah.
thing.
Balin brushed the brim of his hat, and Scarecrow's farm vanished. The one that used to be Invisible Custodian.
Oh, Mush, do you
Yeah.
want to like switch off on chapters?
Oh, you want to read?
Sure, I
Sure,
enjoy
go right
it.
ahead.
The ruins. The once solemn temple was now a cacophony of movement. Did they expect 5-year-olds to know what that word means?
I don't think they expected 5-year-olds to read this at all, to be perfectly honest.
Well, could they have written it a little better if they weren't writing it for
Yeah, honestly, that's like I don't read light novels, but this just kind of puts me off of the medium in general because there's not enough time to actually explain. Like, it feels like it's just kind of glossing over a lot of shit.
Well, most light novels are not this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, definitely not a great first impression on light novels.
The once solemn temple was now a cacophony of movement, its floors and ceilings turning around like mechanical cogs.
Like an auto scroller.
Spooky. Holy shit. If Street beat Leo, his Christian name, did not tread carefully, he could very well be crushed beneath one of the rotating stone pillars. Ruh-roh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, this is just
Uh-oh.
like Mario. He crept closer to get a better look at the pillars and was surprised to see not the lovely birds and flowers he feared had been caught in their gnashing gears, but crushed appliances and flattened cans, shredded magazine, and a whole bunch of other shit. These ruins were made of fossilized rubbish? Whoa!
I forgot how much I loved your little ad-libs, Quark.
Some twinge of ultra instinct made him leap back away from the pillar he was inspecting. While he had been distracted, a giant wall behind him had started closing in, like Indiana Jones. He'd come a hair's breadth.
The Invisible Custodian is the one that
This is basically Tomb Raider, but like it's New York.
urban exploration.
This
but
is just
Tomb
what New York
Raider.
is like.
This is just what New York is like. He'd come a
Invisible
hair's breadth
Custodian is
away,
the old man who goes around collecting garbage off the streets and gets mad because
and nobody cares.
nobody cares about all the hard work he puts into keeping the streets clean.
Street meets clean?
The street beats
No one
clean.
cares
beaten
about my
streets.
volunteer work that I don't, like, advertise or anything.
I'm sure that there's like some deeper emotional reason for it, but that's literally what it looks
Probably.
like.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I also don't trust this novel to be able to clearly express what they were going for.
He'd come a hair's breadth away from being flattened like a pancake. I'd
Oh,
better
no.
not lose focus again. It didn't take long for him to figure out the way. Invisible custodian's illusion appeared to guide him. The invisible custodian's invisible ass. He followed the illusion through the ruins, dodging around or jumping over the ever-moving walls as he went. And if the deadly obstacle course wasn't making navigating the stage hard enough, Leo had to deal with dance lessons too, with endless swarm of negatives. He lost count of the number of times he was nearly crushed while he was distracted with his own inner angst, fighting the negity. But whenever he tried to move with the stones, he would lose sight of the lurking negity and then find himself suddenly surrounded. It was a
You
real
are-
bitch.
This
was
novel
impossible.
is vastly overestimating how difficult it is to navigate this stage.
Mhm.
It was impossible trying to deal with both the negity and the moving stones at the same time, unless you have the reflexes of a 7-year-old. Guess I should borrow a costume.
fucking double jumper costume.
Yeah, guess I
Basically.
should borrow a costume from Invisible Custodian's imagination. Leo closed his eyes to concentrate. Okay. I think I get it.
Oh boy,
Baby!
it's gonna be.
The
When he
Invisible
opened his
Man
eyes
and his
again-
invisible ass.
He was wearing the Invisible Man's costume along with his invisible ass. At least he thought he
It's a
did. He
complimentary
couldn't even see
invisible
his
ass.
Now he could slip past the negity without them noticing and focus on gathering drops. He made his way through the stage, slipping quietly past any negity he came across. At last, he found both heart trees. We are really speeding things up.
Both in the same place. Wow. Oh
No,
God,
no,
Fox!
no,
Fuck, Fox! Are you absolutely certain you have to use Foxbox for that?
No.
And with the Tim's help, he claimed the fragments of Invisible Ass's heart. First was the piece that loved his town, and
He
second
claimed
was
the pieces of his invisible ass.
he claimed each cheek of his invisible ass. First was the piece that loved his
This is
town.
a dumb bit.
And second was the part of it that was forgiving. As he explored, Leo came to understand why Clock Tower Kid had said this stage was so like his own. His?
Yeah, Leo's.
Oh,
Street
Oh,
Leo's.
Leo's own.
I
Okay.
thought they just misgendered Clock Tower Kid. Neither he nor Invisible Custodian had made any inhabitants, because they're loners. Lone wolf, built different.
Oh, shit,
Leo
right.
hadn't.
Hey.
Leo hadn't because he believed he didn't need anyone else around. Invisible Custodian hadn't because he hated humanity. He had been
I
unable
reject my
to
humanity,
forgive.
Balan.
No, but
He
seriously.
hated those worthless sons of bitches who refused to acknowledge his hard work that he did every day. No forgiveness, no mercy.
I'm not even.
I,
Since I'm not reading along, I'm just assuming that like half of the things that Quark is saying are just in the novel, and it's way
Okay.
funnier that way.
but actually, the way it's actually phrased in the book is Invisible Custodian hadn't because he'd been unable to forgive.
Forgive what?
He
What did
forgives
he
those
do to you?
those damn assholes who didn't thank him profusely get prostrate before him on their hands and knees for picking up some bottles now and then. Leo did not know what Invisible Custodian's town in the real world was like, or what the people there might have done to him. Fucking nothing! They didn't do fucking
Nothing.
They just
Murderous
didn't
murders.
notice!
Because
Yeah,
Litter killed my grandma,
my grandma,
right?
okay?
I'm sorry I didn't notice a stranger picking up a bottle. Oh my god! But
Maybe
he
you should
did
wear a
not-
fucking neon vest next time, Jesus.
plays a loud ass boombox so people look at him and see what he's doing. But he did know that if Invisible Custodian had lost his ability to forgive. This is
Let's
so
volunteer.
This is so fucking dramatic for a guy who just volunteers to clean up the streets on the weekend.
Okay, to be clear though, he's not even like volunteering at like a volunteer organization. This is just a thing that he likes to do.
I know.
So if he likes to do it,
if you
then why
follow-
is he asking for praise?
I know. I guess I understand. Like, even if it's something you want to do, I feel like having your efforts acknowledged and like
Validated.
acknowledged feels good. It's like,
Mhm.
hey, people care about what I'm doing. I'm making a difference. I'm doing something good.
On
like,
the other hand, good lord,
humans are
this
pretty
self-entitlement.
social, but also like, chill the fuck out, man. Maybe just join a
Yeah.
volunteer organization so you
Yeah,
have the
instead of just-
validation right there.
Yeah,
can talk to
instead
the
of just
other
being
people.
a fucking lone wolf like a dickhead.
Is that ridiculous? I thought it was that he didn't like the people who were littering in the first place.
I don't know.
I think it's a combination of both, but the way that he's saying he's unable to forgive is just so fucking funny.
These people have
No
wronged
sense of
him
compassion from the homeless
deeply.
man.
Then it was going to be next to impossible to talk things out. God, what the fuck boss name is this guy gonna have? The two
can't
fragments in
wait.
hand.
Wait,
Leo
hang on.
pressed
I think I remember this one. This was like, hang on. I'm gonna check my Balan Wonderworld playlist because yes, I have the fucking soundtrack for this game downloaded.
I just have it pulled up on YouTube as background noise while we're reading.
Where is it?
Leo pressed on to where the
Yes!
invisible custodian lay in
Oh!
wait.
I'm not gonna spoil it, but I just
Oh,
looked at the
no.
name and I saw what it was. It's
Oh,
so
no.
good. It's
Oh,
so
no.
good.
Oh no.
When he arrived, there was no one there. It's like he was invisible or something. Still, Leo knew better than to let his guard down. He closed his eyes. For a while, nothing happened. Leo
And
lunged
then
to the
things continued
side.
to not happen. He
Leo
was just
lunged to
standing
the
there with his eyes shut like an asshole.
He was sharpening his other senses. Like
He
a
was
true anime
Daredevil.
protagonist. Leo lunged to the side just as the stone he had been standing on exploded into bits. It bits,
Into
not
bits.
bitch.
You've always
Exploded
been
into a
bitch
bit.
invisible man. Always.
The ruined stone was scorched as if it had been struck by lightning. Leo turned to face it. I had a feeling you'd made yourself invisible too. But this is Leo
This is
talking.
creepy
Oops.
Leo talking.
Oh, okay. I had a feeling you'd made yourself invisible too. But
I
that
do
won't
love the
work
Sean
on
Protagonio
me.
voice.
I can sense your movements.
It's so good.
Oh, that's hell on my throat. As if enraged by
apologies.
his word. No, it's fine. It's all for the showmanship. As if enraged by his words, the creature that had been invisible custodian finally showed himself.
Hooverton! The best part is, the reason I know his name is Hooverton was because I remembered his soundtrack. Like, I have Hooverton's
Wait,
battle
hang on.
music.
I just glanced down. This fight lasts less than 1 page.
No, you're right.
Wow.
Truly embracing the light novel format.
Maybe
Well,
they would have better pacing if the first fucking half of the fucking novel hadn't been introducing everyone.
They could have
Honestly,
just made a regular length novel if they had so much to talk about.
They didn't, is the thing.
Yeah.
they didn't have
Just fucking
anything
cut
to
out
talk
the
about,
useless
and
shit.
they talked about it
Fuck all
so
the
much.
Just rewrite the story so that he doesn't know these guys beforehand.
It's so
And
bad.
then make exploring the dream space about learning who they are. That's what the game is.
God.
That's
You
it,
look-
giving the game a bit more credit than it deserves, I think. You don't really learn much about the people until the cutscenes happen.
That is true.
God. He looked like a
Oops,
character
all
artist.
intros.
Had decided to draw a grotesque mashup of a man and a vacuum cleaner. Half
Hooverton.
man, half vacuum cleaner.
Half man, half vacuum, all suck.
He's gone from suck to blow. His name came to Leo easily. Hooverton. Hooverton was easily 10 times.
Easily 10 times his size.
Easily 10 times as big
Fucking
as
gigantic
Leo.
man. Yeah, you don't learn about the level until you've beaten it, exactly.
Vanished from view, striking with his lightning attacks over and over. Leo spun and twisted gracefully out of the way,
Why did I do
always
that?
just in time to avoid being smashed along with the stones. There! With his eyes shut tight, Leo could sense where Lance's mark was with his psychic powers. He jumped high into the air.
Lance's
aimed-
mark? I'm just imagining it like the fucking like glowing like
I
the
think they
glowing
have-
sigils from Shadow of the Colossus.
Yeah, I'm picturing like a shitty tattoo, like a stick and poke.
It's actually a what's it called? A the fruit roll-up's tongue tattoo.
It's the shitty doodle of Lance's face.
God.
He's a
He
tramp
jumped
stamp
high-
on his invisible hands!
Yes! Brought the bit around! Brought the bit around!
He jumped high into the air, aimed in the mark's direction, and flung both fragments of Invisible Custodian's heart right at it. Hooverton reappeared with a great shriek. The monstrous form crumbled open, revealing the original Invisible Custodian within. He sank to his knees, hanging
He
his
was
head
still
in
invisible,
forlorn.
So we couldn't see him.
He sank to his invisible knees, hanging his invisible head in invisible shame. I never intended to hurt you.
That's what they all say. Gun.
I'm fine, see? I'm tough. Don't beat yourself up about it, man. But what was with the whole vacuum thing? You went from suck to blow. I remember everything. I remember who I really am. The town I'm from had a horrible litter problem. It made me so sad to see my home choking in refuse. So
Again,
I would
I know-
go out and clean it up.
I know I've talked about the Persona bit again, but I'm just imagining this same scene playing with the I'll face myself piano version playing over it. It's so funny.
But no matter how much garbage I picked up, I'd go back the next day and there'd be a whole new mountain of trash in the place I just tidied. Those damn kids would I can't think what I'm saying.
Sorry.
Kids would toss their trash on the street right in front of me, even though they knew how hard I worked to try and keep the town clean. I realized I wasn't making any difference. It was like no one even noticed I was there. I started wondering if maybe no one could even see me. Mr. Cellophane should have been my name.
Cellophane.
So that's why you turned into Hooverton. It is. And I remember as soon as I stopped forgiving those bastards in my town, that's when the Balan Theater appeared. The
Balan.
The Balan. As if
Balan World.
summoned.
Balan
Balan.
Theater.
As if summoned, Balan suddenly stood behind them. You are not the only one you know who cleaned up garbage come sun or snow. This world isn't all about you, buddy. Invisible Custodian shook his head. Perhaps, but there are
Balan
far
breaks
more
rhyme
people who
scheme.
litter.
Balan breaks rhyme scheme specifically to call the man a bitch.
And now more than ever before. Leo kneeled in
Wait,
front
hang on,
of
was
the
that Tim wearing a little fucking hat? It is!
What?
He's got a little propeller hat!
Oh
my god!
Manual labor for
This
child
goes so
Tim.
hard. Leo
Into the
kneeled in
machine.
front of Leo kneeled in front of the despondent, invisible custodian.
Despondent is a strong word for a Balan Wonderworld light novel.
But you never let that stop you from picking up trash. That's pretty awesome. Come on, I need someone as awesome as you, as totally awesome as you, to help clean up the mess Lance has made of Wonderworld. Then we can go home and I can do dance lessons again. Invisible
Balan
Custodian
Wonderworld
shook
would go
his
pretty
head.
hard as a 90s anime.
I
It would go hard as pretty much anything other than a video game, to be clear.
God, I can't. I'm too tired from fighting a losing battle against litter. In that moment, he looked even older and frailer to Leo than he ever had. So even with your heart repaired, to pick up some old bottles, you still are scared. Balin sighed, then set off walking. Leo scrambled to keep up. Well, no time to waste. Get going. Next stage. Get going. Make haste.
Well, forget that guy, I guess.
Screw him.
Oh my god.
I don't- I
Red
don't know if I-
13's dressed as a soldier. That's delightful.
I don't know
Wait,
if I can
Quark,
keep up
I
with
kn-
those ad libs, but
Yeah, Quark. I don't know. I know you don't look at the clips channel, but there's a very good clip from the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth stream where Cloud and the gang get chocobos, and
God.
Saps happen to have Barrett and Red 13 in his party, like active following him. And in like the classic game, it's just Cloud walking around the overworld, so you only ever see Cloud riding the chocobo. And so you have the wonderful visual of Red 13 sitting upright on his hind legs and using his paws like Scooby-Doo trying to hold the reins to the chocobo. It looks
God.
so fucking funny.
God.
Red 13 is the cat?
Red
He's
13 is
like
the
a
dog. The
weird
cat is
dog
cat sheep.
lion thing, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, the mammal.
Anyway,
The red thing.
the one who used to be Bugsy. After what had happened with Scarecrow and Invisible Custodian, Leo was braced for Bugsy's stage to be totally different when he and Balin arrived. Even then,
All right, I
he
was going to go to match the stage of the chapter we're in, but I was already in World 3 earlier, so I'm just gonna go to the world that has a costume that I need.
yeah. Yeah, who give a shit?
Who give a
me?
fuck of shit?
Everybody knows shit. Fuck.
Even then, he was still caught off guard by just how much it had changed. The once sun-dappled woods were now shrouded in midnight darkness. The only light came from some glowing mushrooms, and even that was barely enough to see their surroundings.
I don't know. That stage was pretty bright.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot about this track and the Ghostbusters ass music.
The aroma shrooms were still
Welcome
there.
back, Mario.
They made Leo remember how cute Clock Tower Kid had been when she'd shown him why she'd called them that. Uh-oh.
Forgot about the whole stage gimmick.
You fool! Quick, get a key so you unlock the costume that replaces the need for keys.
Yeah. Grab the key so I can get rid of it.
Without
You.
thinking, he leaned over to brush his fingers against one. It belched a cloud of toxic-looking purple spores. It made Leo sputter and
God.
gag.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God.
Stinky.
Balin chortled. Oh dear, it slipped my mind to warn you. Touching those aroma shrooms really ought not to do.
That didn't happen at all in the game.
You
There
think?
was literally no fucking side effect.
Mm.
Dakakato too.
Tui.
Balan's Bout theme is still the best track in the game. It's not even fucking
Yeah, it's
fair.
great. Experience really is the
course
best
the mode
teacher,
sucks.
you see. You've
Yeah.
a lot of lessons to learn, but not from me, said Balin,
God, he's
and
fucking
disappeared.
useless. What are you doing? Like, what is
I
this
like to
for?
imagine that every time that he's not just rhyming to them cryptically, he's doing this shit.
Just blowing up random rocks.
Yeah. He's constantly fighting off Lance's negative energy and stopping the meteors from destroying all of Wonderworld.
Normally,
Because
you learn
otherwise
the
he's not
lessons
doing anything.
Before you get tested on them, Leo shouted after the man's vanishing form.
This guy just fucking drags people into his fucking goofy ass dream world. Like his fucking psychedelic dream world, and is like, okay, fix your problems, and then gives you no method of doing it.
Rags they ass into mementos and fucking shoots them.
He's just like, okay, good luck, bye, and it does not help or do anything.
Grumbling, Leo turned away to get his bearings. Now that he was getting a better look, he could see spider webs
He's making
everywhere.
Leo do all the work.
But these were not the lovely webs from before that melted like snow under his touch. The
Don't
strands
dead
were
name
as
him.
thick
His
and
name's
tough
Sophie.
as wire,
You're
meant
right.
to ensnare any invading enemy. Oh,
Keanu!
one
Hey,
singular
Keanu!
great, no trophy for you.
Yeah, no, I was very upset.
Leo was wondering how he was
Game
going
design.
to get through them when Bugsy's illusion appeared. All around her flitted the one insect that had never been on her stage before, butterflies. I wonder what happened to her in the real world that made butterflies so significant.
Let's find
I
out.
have to try.
No! I got more just fine, but still. Just a little bit annoying.
The ones fluttering around the illusion were white, glowy little things that made it impossible
Ooh,
to tell what
nice.
kind they were. Jump scare!
Fuck, I hate this guy.
What's the deal? Bugsy's illusion had a terribly lonely expression on her face that Leo took to mean, in her heart of hearts, she wanted to be rescued. Then let me help you! Leo drew on Bugsy's imagination and donned a new costume. Web Wrangler, it was called, and every aspect looked inspired by the 8-legged silk weavers.
That's not the one that all the ones he's used so far have been the ones that are like the analogous to the character, except for Web Weaver.
Yeah, suddenly we got one of the other ones from the stage.
Web Weaver's design is nice too, though.
Cute.
Are the other
I like
ones
its silly yellow pants.
Goofy. He took hold of one of the webs and tested his weight on it. The fat, thick strands held him up no problem. The wall that Bugsy had created to protect her stage from invaders was now Leo's way inside. He traveled quickly through the woods, locating the first heart tree. The Tims slammed into it, using their power to dispel the negative force field encircling the arbor.
Arbor.
Arbor. There's a
I mean, I guess it's correct, but still,
very,
dumb word.
very odd vocabulary they've got. in this
It's
book
almost
for
like it
kids.
was translated from another language.
Mhm.
That sounds to me like we've used tree about 7,000 times. They use a different word this time. It's gonna
Yeah,
be super
this is. Let me consult my thesaurus real quick.
Thanks again, Leo said to the Tims, taking hold of the fragment of Bugsy's heart. As soon as he touched it, he knew this was the part of her that loved taking care of little creatures. Would be a hobby of hers. And it probably wasn't just any little creature, but butterflies in particular. But Bugsy had thrown this part of herself away and was cocooned in negativity. I gotta get this back to her
Cocoon like a
ASAP.
bug.
Holy shit.
Street Beat Leo made his way through the stage, fighting negativity every step of the
This
way.
is very
The deep
unfortunate.
thematic
anime.
significance.
He is.
Illusion
even do I need to
Bugsy helped
push
him
you
find the second heart tree, where he rescued the second fragment of her heart.
Oh.
The strong part of her that did not care a single bit about what other people thought of her. Which means she started caring about what someone thought, but who?
It's the way his tail jerks around that makes it so bad for me.
Hi, Len.
What do you mean you bought the novel?
I bought the novel a couple of years ago, actually, specifically
I
for
wish
this
it was a-
purpose.
He looks so tired. Okay.
He had no idea how this was related to the part of her that loved caring for little creatures.
Oh
But
shit,
he
it
figured
does.
he'd find out when he found her.
Thank you,
Oh,
Wow
hey.
and M, for being the Balan Wonderworld expert around here.
Who would have thought that?
Someone's got to be.
I'm just the hapless moron that plays the game. To
You could
claim
try-
myself as an expert would be a fallacy.
You're just a fan.
The casual Balan Wonderworld enjoyer.
Alan Wonderworld fan.
Hey, I haven't uploaded anything to the leaderboards yet. So technically, yeah.
He could try asking the illusion her, but something told him she wouldn't have any answers for him.
Want to talk to Mario for old time's sake? I am in the world for it. Maybe on the second
this
one.
is the same world.
I'll do it on 11-2 because that's the
God.
world where it actually happens.
It wasn't much longer till he found where the real Bugsy had shut herself away. I wonder what she transformed into.
Ha.
Both Scarecrow and Invisible Custodian had become warped by the darkness in their hearts. Leo thought of Clock Tower Kid's monstrous metamorphosis and felt a stab of sadness in his chest. Something made him look up at the sky just
Sad
as
of
a huge,
sadness.
grotesque monster came swooping down.
Be nice.
It looked like a
Not that
butterfly,
scary.
spider, and praying mantis had all been rolled into one, a fearsome creature that was nothing like the timid girl Leo remembered. I can't believe that's really her! Her name had changed too, just like the others. This monster was
How
not
could he tell?
Bugsy, but
He has
Wormsworth.
no fucking idea.
He's stupid ass thing.
I love him.
Oh, Bartholomew.
I really hope we get one that's that good. Like, they're all good, but god damn, Bartholomew. Miles
They started off
Wordsworth.
strong.
This design kicks ass, actually. Look at this thing. Little frog guy.
Kinda adorable.
He's just a
Doesn't look like
guy.
a Steve anymore.
Leo barely picked his jaw up off the ground in time to avoid her merciless attacks. Her raptorial forelegs stabbed down at him, but his dance training meant he could spin away from her faster than she could strike.
I love how he persistently brings up his dance training.
You know, I'm not like a professional dancer or anything, but I feel like this isn't what dance training does.
No, not even a little bit.
Eventually, the monster seemed to realize these attacks were not getting her anywhere, so she backed away and sat stock still. Thinking Wormsworth could no longer reach him from there, Leo relaxed a bit. He knew who she was at her core under all that monster, a sweet, gentle girl who'd never hurt a fly. But it was a mistake to
That
let
is
his
true.
guard
I
down.
do need to update the ticker text.
Oh yeah. He yelped in shock as her sickle-like forearms detached themselves from her body and flew straight at him like sharp, spiky boomerangs. They tore
Oh,
great
no.
gashes through his costume. Should have known better. Names in Wonderworld, he realized, denoted a person or thing's true nature. The thing he was fighting wasn't the shy, gentle girl he knew. I can't even feel a flicker of her in there. Also, note how they haven't mentioned either way what happened to whether he's still wearing the costume after getting hit once.
Yeah.
Leo inched closer and closer to her as they fought, closing the distance with every move. At last, he saw his chance and shot the fragments of Bugsy's heart into Lance's mark. Wormsworth's shriek pierced the air. Leo clapped his hands over his ears and squeezed his eyes shut. When he opened them again, he saw Bugsy return to her human form. She stood with her back to him. He made his way over to try and talk to her, but she turned her face away. Don't look at me. I can't believe I turned into something so awful. That wasn't really you, Bugsy. Don't be ashamed. His encouragement did not seem to reach her. She hung her head. I'm really sorry. Seriously, you don't have to apologize for being manipulated by your negativity. But I was wondering, why'd you go
forgot
into the
about this
Balan Theater in the
costume.
first place? Kerfoo.
Slow ass rocket.
Dear God, everything about this thing is slow. Oops, that's the end.
I can't move left and right while I'm ascending.
God.
Dear God. That would be too complicated. Like, how would you be able to control going up and in a direction at the same time?
Only
You can't
one.
expect kids to be able to wrap their heads around that.
I fucking love this thing, though. It's kind of shitty.
She was quiet
Me
for a
Kind
at
of
this
shitty?
game.
and then continued.
All the shit costumes are the funniest
voice.
ones.
Mm-hmm. We were studying butterflies at school, so I brought in some caterpillars that I'd found around my neighborhood. All of my classmates thought they were gross, but they helped me look after them. At first, anyway. A couple of them stopped helping, until eventually it was just me. It's not like caterpillars are my favorite thing in the whole world, but without me taking care of them, they'd die. That's rough! So, I had no
That's
choice
rough,
but to
buddy.
look after them. There was a bunch of different kinds, but the one that gave me the most trouble was the lantern fritillary.
The
That's-
lantern.
That species lives
Lantern
high up in the mountains
octillery.
and can only eat mugwort, which didn't grow anywhere near where I lived. I had to wake up before dawn and head way out of town to find it. And because I worked so hard to
So
take
why did
care
you
of
bring it
them-
in the first place?
That is a good question. Where did you get this thing that you don't that there's no readily available food source for it? Because
You
I
know,
worked so
Amazon.
hard to take care of them, my classmates started calling
order
me
bugs on the
horrible
internet.
things like caterpillar
It's
nerd
cheap and easy.
behind my back.
Caterpillar nerd.
I hated it.
I can't think of a worse thing to be called.
I didn't care what happened to the caterpillars anymore. That's when I came across the Balan Theater. That explained why
Be
she had
nice
gotten
to
rid of the parts of
caterpillars.
herself that loved little creatures and no longer cared what anyone else thought.
La Creatura.
You're incredible, said
Dios
Street Beat
mío.
Leo. Bugsy shook her head.
My two left feet.
No, I'm not. I don't want to take care of those dumb caterpillars anymore. I don't want to see my
I'm
classmates
not like
ever
other
again.
girls.
He remembered how there hadn't been any other people on her stage when they first met. Maybe she couldn't stand
That's been the
sight-
case for everyone.
Uh-huh. Maybe she couldn't stand the sight of anyone except the friends she'd made in Wonderworld. The wriggling thing that was coming to eat you, said Leo, the pieces clicking together in his mind. That must have been the lantern caterpillar you'd been taking care of. You must have been
Clearly.
so worried about it getting food that you started seeing it in your vision. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Help me take down Lance. Then we can leave Wonderworld, and you can get back to raising your butterflies. Bugsy only shook
The
her
thing
head.
that you apparently don't care about anymore.
Then Balan was there beside Leo, sighing. She can't help us on our mission. Not in this condition.
The one that used to be Checkered King. Oh god, this fucking guy.
Oh yeah, this is gonna
Oh
be good.
boy.
We're just gonna do
Balin
the
and-
same thing
What
8
is
more times.
This one. This
Yes.
one.
Yes,
Oh,
by the way.
I know. I know. a
So
bit
they gave you
more about
motion
this one.
sickness.
This is great.
Hey, guess what? We're halfway through.
Oh,
wow.
yeah,
Look at that,
50%, baby.
50%.
Page 111 to 190, that's way more than half.
Shows how much you know. Why did they just randomly call him Street Beat Leo before going back to Leo for like 5 pages?
They just
So
have to remind
dumb.
you that they gave him the stupid ass name. They're proud of it.
Balin and Street Beat Dash Leo arrived on Checkered King's stage in what looked like a marketplace, though the merchants and artisans and frolicking children from before were nowhere in sight. We're children! We're children! The road out of that'll be $4, baby. The road out of the market led up and was warped in strange looping Sonic style curves. Weird. But Leo followed the road with his eyes and also his hands and all other parts of his body and saw it led to the castle. Checkered King's stage had been twisted into some sort of sphere, with Leo and Balin standing on the inside of the curve. Leo
Oh,
looked
no.
down at his
The motion
dancing
sickness
feet.
is canon.
God. Instead of the gray stones he remembered from his last visit, the roads were covered in alternating squares of white marble and black granite, like a chessboard or something. It's like shit.
You
It's
can't
like
make
we're
these
on a
jokes too
giant-
early.
Well, a giant chessboard. Whoa.
What are
it's
we?
like
Some kind of
he's-
Suicide Squad?
Holy shit! It's like this guy played chess or something. Unsurprising considering your foe's name. Get your head in the game, muttered Balin. Good luck, little one,
Muttered.
playing his game.
The same rhyme you
Muttered. Fuck off, Balin. I'm better than you. And with that, Balin
Checkers
disappeared. Checkers champ.
No shit, kid. Don't flip your lid. Yeah.
Leo made his way into the castle. Just like before, there was a tournament being held in the garden, but the jousters had transformed into knight chess pieces, and the soldiers had all turned into pawns. Leo wondered what sort of chess-related incident.
Subtlety. Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious.
Chess-related incident is just such a funny phrase. Freak chess-related accident.
God.
What sort of
up his ass? Bishop up
Che-
his ass.
No! God damn it! God damn it! God damn it!
chess-related
This
incident?
video game sucks.
Huge if true. Had happened to Checkered King in the real world to leave such deep chess-related scars on his
Chess killed
heart.
my wife.
And what does that golden chalice he saw in his vision have to do?
Take a drink of water.
A golden chalice? That's clearly...
I
Dude.
just got Balan kicked in the dick and into the stratosphere.
God, he doesn't know what a trophy is. He's never won any. For as much as he like waxes poetic about his dancing ability,
His
he's
wife
actually
cheated
kind of
on him with the
he's
rope.
kind of mid.
If you fail 3, the bout just ends. I love that. It just smash cuts to the back to the stage. That's the best part.
God,
Anytime I miss one of the prompts, I immediately start mashing to fuck up the rest of them so that I can get that failed thing. But here I didn't because I didn't have enough time, so I was just like, eh, fuck it.
he knew it wasn't any use to speculate.
If we're playing chess, then I guess that makes me the opposing king.
Leo shouted at the castle. Then he
I'm playing
closed his
checkers. I
eyes.
don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Don't flatter yourself, Stupid. You're a knight at best.
God. When he opened them, he had donned a costume that looked like the White King chess piece, Quad Cannon. That fucking thing.
Oh my god, the VeggieTales hop.
He knew how to use it at once. All he had to do was VeggieTales hop. All he had to do was focus his willpower to summon the cannons around him. One each in front and behind, one each to his left and right, then aim and fire. He tested it out on some negati that attacked him with great success.
This feels less like the way the king fights and more like a rook.
That's because the king doesn't fight, buddy.
Doesn't that one just work if you stand still and do nothing?
Yep. It
He
only
wondered
works
about
if you
that
just
as he-
stop.
He wondered about that as he hopped. As he VeggieTales hopped across the black and white tiles on the road.
I'm glad that they don't shy away from the fact that you literally have no other way to moving. It's great.
God. Suddenly, a white knight piece appeared out of fucking nowhere, lunging right at him.
Pretty sure it's against the rules for pieces to attack their own king.
Shouted Leo to the sky, even knowing it was pointless. This was Checkered King's stage after all. The only rules here were the ones he made. Inside the castle, Leo found the heart trees and got the heart fragments out of them with those damn birds' help. The first one he obtained was part
That
of the
was not a bird,
Checkered
that was a
King that...
bunny.
Holy shit, epic. Was the part of Checkered King that cherished life, and then the part that was forgiving of himself.
So what? He doesn't think life is worth it now? And what can he forgive
could be-
himself for? What
It could be something
chess-related
with the resolution that I've
incident?
got to wow him.
Leo had no idea what these chess-related heart fragments meant to the Checkered King. But now that he had found them, the only thing he could do was press onward, heading deeper into the chess-related castle, where he knew he'd find the chess-related king. Sorry, it's such a funny phrase.
Yes.
Leo's chess-related incident. Leo stopped and looked around. He had come to a giant chessboard the size of a soccer field.
Whatever hurt Checkered King definitely has something to do with chess.
Really?
I figured that out all on my own.
With my big anime boy brain.
A thunder Shit. Okay. A thunderous roar rose around him as a giant monster appeared. A giant chest-related monster. One that was shaped like a chess king. It was
It was
Checkered
this thing.
King. It was this fucking guy. It was Checkered King, or had been. The story started looking like the return of Jafar. He was now so. Are you okay?
I read his name.
Hang on, let me see what his name is. Oh yeah!
He was now so huge. He could barely fit onto the chessboard. So, you're going by Forstifer the Fourth now, huh?
The fourth.
Forstifer the Holy shit.
What's the
hang on,
first if?
hang on.
No.
Shit. Or
Rip.
ordered the chess pieces to attack
For the fourth.
Forstifer. All of them, white and black both, charged right at Leo. That's definitely against the rules, he shouted. But Checkered King
Please take
didn't
it to
fucking
again.
give a shit. It's his board, baby. His attacks were relentless, and his sharp wit meant he could read Leo's every move, every dance move. Just
Okay,
like
but-
your thing, said Leo, spotting a break in the enemy's ranks. But dance.
Yeah, no, the boss is super cool looking, but this is one of my least favorite bosses out of the bunch, just because of the inconvenient costumes that they give you for it.
Uh-huh.
And he spun, flinging the heart fragments
And he
at
spun.
the monster. With a great groan, the monster shrank and transformed back into the Checkered King Leo knew. The
Ow.
king sat with his arms around his legs on the chessboard. Leo walked over and crouched in front of him. Why chess? Checkered King looked deflated as he answered, I was the world champion. Seriously? That's
And then my wife
incredible!
fucking died.
And then my wife left me, because all I thought about was chess. The king pursed his lips. I was something of a prodigy when I was younger.
You know, I'm
For
something of
over a
prodigy myself.
decade, I was the reigning champion. They said I was untouchable. I was the best at chess. And then I found a wonderful chess-related wife to marry. Everything was perfect. So perfect, I didn't even realize it at the time. Then one day, this kid of about 20 turned up. And suddenly, my hold on the title of champion wasn't as secure as it had
He
been.
married the queen, but she got captured. Delightful.
He was pulling it right out from under me. Maybe my confidence was shaken. Maybe I just wasn't as sharp as I had been. Either way, I couldn't seem to win. My rank kept getting lower and lower until I was playing against goddamn teenagers. Fucking teenagers. Who were better than me.
Sorry.
I hate teenagers.
Ray, it's motion sickness time.
I remember one match against a 14-year-old boy. He moved his queen to a position that confused me a great deal, for if she were lost, his king would be left vulnerable. No matter how you looked at the board, it seemed like he was handing me victory on a silver platter. But my intuition was telling me I was going to lose.
Wait. No. Keep going. Keep going.
I looked at the boy's face and saw he was smiling ever so faintly. I
you,
made my
Balan.
moves all
Ah.
pretty standard. On the third move, I finally realized what he was playing at.
but there was nothing I could do to stop it. I lost and sank into a deep chess-related despair.
Checkered King's face scrunched up as if he was in pain.
But I wallowed so much in my own self-pity that I never even noticed the sickness quietly ravaging my wife's body until it was too late. Where the fuck
Chess
is this
really
in the
did
game?
kill his wife!
Because chess killed my wife, Tails!
Oh, wasn't this in the game at all? He just looked like a little angry bitch because he got someone won against him.
Long dramatic sigh. I miss my wife, Leo. I miss her a lot.
I miss my
Street
wife,
Beat.
Street Beat Leo.
I miss her a lot.
I lost the love
be
of my
back.
life because I couldn't see anything beyond my own selfish desire to be the chess champion again. I threw everything away. All of my chess sets, all my chess-related medals and trophies. All of it.
All of it.
Leo started at the mention of awards.
The golden chalice in your vision, was that the holy grail, one of the trophies you'd run? I
Yes to
suppose it
both.
must have been. Perhaps throwing them away didn't completely rid me of all sentiment. After I got rid of them, I had nothing. I would wander the streets for hours at a time.
Truly chess-related trauma here.
Rough when you have a chess-related incident.
Me when I have a chess-related incident.
God, that's when the
I
balance
wonder what
theater
chess-related
appeared
incident.
That's when the Balan theater appeared before me.
Leo reached out a hand to Checkered King, but then the queen appeared, standing between them. She was not shaped like a chess piece, but like the beautiful woman she had been when Leo first. Checkered King was shaking his head.
Chess made
I
him
know.
wifeless and homeless.
God, devastating.
Checkered King was shaking his head. I know you seek to defeat Lance, but I cannot help you.
He looked at his queen. Sorry.
I hate that. I
Thinking
hate
about
that
being
phrase. You dropped this, King.
Every king needs his queen.
My heart may have created her, but she is my wife. I have no intention of relinquishing my stage.
That is not your real.
Jesus Christ, man!
Get over yourself, bitch. That's not your real wife.
That is not your real wife. That is a fake wife you made the fuck up. She will never kiss you like your real wife did. She's but a lie you've constructed to ease your strife. Balin spoke the harsh truth Leo couldn't bring himself to vocalize.
That is not your wife, said Balan.
That is not your
powerful
beautiful wife. This is not your beautiful house.
My god, how did I get here?
You may ask yourself. But
Me, whenever I'm playing this game. My God, how did I get here?
But Checkered King only hugged his queen tight, pressing his face against her queenly chest.
She is the only thing I have left. Leave me be.
Just leave me be.
Just
Leo
leave me
may have
be.
returned the fragment.
Checkered King fired lasers from his eyes.
Leo may have returned the fragments of his heart, but it seemed like Checkered King had a long way to go before he was truly healed and could find a new wife. Knowing nothing he said now would get through to him, Leo turned his focus to helping the others.
Just killed my wife, Balan.
Chess-related incident.
Tragic chess-related incident.
I can't. That fucking.
This is one of. This is the novel of all time.
The, The one that used to be Madam of the Mansion.
Yes, killed my wife, Tails.
I'm gonna be right back to get some water.
Okay, so
you
I
do
keep
that.
combining two different memes. One is because singing killed my grandma, okay,
Mhm.
and the other is I miss my wife, Tails, because there was a
Mhm.
video from Shea Frilla's where he did an edit from singing he was talking about Sing 2 or something. One of the Illumination movies, but it was, but they just mashed those two together because singing killed my wife, Tails, and it was unreasonably funny to me, and it's just that's just stuck with me for fucking days on end since I rewatched that video.
Yeah.
Alright.
I imagine it was a review of Trolls because that's where Singing
Oh,
Killed My Grandma came from.
Yeah, it was the review of every Illumination movie. Because Sing 2, because it was Despicable Me was the top one, and then Sing 2 was like actually kind of okay, and then the rest was just fucking rock bottom.
Fucks me up that they debuted the studio with an actually good movie and then have never even once come close to that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Balin brushed his fingers against the brim of his top hat. In the time it took for Street Beat Leo to blink, Balin had transported them to a strange room. I said I wanted to go to Madam of the Mansion stage next, Balin. Indeed you did. Balin spread his hands. I have done as you bid. Leo took another look at their surroundings. If he squinted, he could just make out the resemblance to the grand mansion Madam of the Mansion had ushered him and the others through last time he'd been here.
Look at this shit!
The classic bowling
Look at
scenario.
this!
7.
Name one person who's ever gone bowling that hasn't had this happen to them.
I hate this fucking video game, dude. The mini games are the worst.
Mm-hmm. But the lavish console tables with their vases and ornaments were gone, as were the extravagant tapestries and the plush furniture. The only things Leo could see were giant tubes of pigment and all sorts of brushes lying around the place, like oversized objets d'art. And the painting on the wall looked
I'm
like it
glad
was
that
only
you
half
got that
finished.
because I never would have said that right.
I'm kind of rusty, so I definitely didn't say it right, but
Closer than I would have.
this can't be the same mansion. The hallways were a jumble of 90 and 180 degree angles, skewed this
That's a
way
line. It's a line, asshole.
while dozens of staircases crissed and crossed, some leading nowhere, others jutting right into the ceiling. There's no way out of here. Perhaps not, or maybe so. You might yet discover something useful, you know. At that, Balin
You haven't
fucking
fucking
vanished
looked around
again.
yet, dumbass. That's what he's saying to him.
Leo looked around. Something useful, huh? His roving eyes stopped on a huge mirror. There hadn't been a single mirror in the mansion last time he'd been here. That was when he remembered Clock Tower Kid pulling out a little mirror from her pocket, frantically checking her turquoise hair before they went inside. She knew there weren't any mirrors in the mansion, and that she couldn't take out hers around Madam of the Mansion, but
And why is that
mirrors?
important?
Leo jerked as he
Why
noticed
would-
something strange. The reflection! He stood in front of the mirror, looking at the backwards reflection of the room. Slowly, he reached his hand out to touch it. His fingers contacted the glass surface, and then sank into it. There's a room on the other side! Leo steeled himself, and then stepped all the way through. The room he stepped into was the flipped and inverted version of the one he'd just come from. In the mirror, the staircase that had hung down from the ceiling now ascended from the ground, and the warped hallways now formed a path forward. Madam of the Mansion's illusion appeared, guiding him through the stage. But even with her leading the way, the floors and ceilings and hallways and staircases twisted and turned in such a surreal fashion, Leo felt certain he was
Describing
going to
the-
get lost.
I think describing the NPC for the stage as guiding is a little generous.
Yeah.
Hi.
Stalking is a
Welcome
more
back.
accurate, I feel. Welcome back.
Thanks. I also got some cookies.
Ooh.
Hell yeah.
After some time making his way through the mansion, Leo finally found a heart tree tucked inside a room that seemed made for hiding things. The Tims helped him get the heart fragment the same way they always did. The first piece...
How? We don't know, but they did.
Clue, are you a masochist? Are you in denial like Markiplier?
What specifically about Markiplier being in denial?
About being a masochist.
Okay, yeah, jury's out on that one.
The first piece was Madame of the Mansion's confidence in her appearance. Is that why there weren't any mirrors before? Because she can't stand to look at herself anymore? After a while, he found the second fragment of Madame of the Mansion's heart, the part that accepted herself just the way she was. Leo tilted his head, confused. Up until now, the heart fragments the others had discarded when they'd succumbed to their negativity and turned into monsters had something to do with something they cherished, but had ultimately hurt them. The Madame of the Mansion that had invited Leo inside her mansion, why do they always phrase it like that? Like, they say her name in full and then mention the mansion afterward. That's too many mansions in one sentence.
Writing.
That had invited Leo inside her mansion had been bright and bubbly, maybe a little bit too much, the way she fussed and spoke without hardly pausing for breath. She had accepted herself just the way she was, and yet, in doing so, had hurt herself enough for the Balan Theater to appear? You can't really know what's inside a person's heart from what they show you on the surface. The illusion Madame of the Mansion was pointing the way again. He followed to her to a ravine that was so deep he couldn't make out the bottom when he peered over its edge. But he could sense
That's me clipping out of bounds.
But he could sense Madame of the Mansion on the other side. If he wanted to get to her, he would have to find a way across. Something told him this ravine had been born of the darkness in her heart. Leo drew on the power of her stage for help. When he opened his eyes, he saw he was wearing a costume called X-Ray Ape.
That sounds like a really shitty NFT series.
Uh,
It's exceptionally shitty.
Yeah, gotta be some kind of ape. These guys all have an obsession with apes.
For some fucking reason.
It may have looked like a comical rendition of a Tarsier, but it came with some serious power. The fuck is a Tarsier?
It doesn't, to be clear. X-Ray Ape does not do shit.
Leo could see a handful of bridges floating in what he had taken to be empty space above the ravine. He realized this costume let him see things that were otherwise invisible to his naked eye.
Just right. You're right.
He leapt from bridge to bridge, but then stopped. He sensed a strange presence. Some sort of goo was dripping onto the bridge in front of him. The wooden planks it plopped onto started to smoke and melt away, like pieces of cheese over an open flame.
When will this shit fucking end?
Cheese! Leo startled back, then glanced up. What is that? A grotesque monster floated in the air above him. Inkabell.
Inkabell.
Tinkerbell!
Not
Like a
as good as Forged
Splatoon
for the
1
Fourth.
character.
It looked vaguely like an octopus, except it had way more than 8 tentacles, each of which gripped a giant paintbrush dripping the bridge-melting goo. Leo remembered the paints and brushes he'd seen inside the transformed mansion earlier. Was Madame of the Mansion an artist in the real world? The monster didn't give him time to attack, though he doubted she would have answered. She swiped her paintbrushes at him, filling the air with a downpour of goo. Leo dodged back out of the way, keeping his eyes fixed on the monster. At this rate, there weren't going to be any bridges left to stand on. The monster slowly advanced on him, seeming to realize she wasn't getting anywhere trying to paint him out of existence. Sounds more like Epic Mickey at this point.
Yeah.
Right where I want you. From that height, Leo figured he could get in an attack or two of his own, but it was not that easy. The bridge planks
Hey,
were
Doc,
starting to
how's it
fade.
going?
no
Wait a
matter
second,
how-
I just noticed something. This thing has a fucking floating hat. In both its portrait and its model.
Oh,
No.
so it does.
Ah.
So that is an intentional design element. That's so bizarre. Also, hey Duck, how's it going?
The bridge planks were starting to fade,
Shit, that's
no
right.
matter how hard Leo stared at them. X-Ray Ape's power wasn't going to keep them visible for much longer. He only had the ability to see through things because he'd borrowed it from Madame of the Mansion's stage. He would have turned to flee, but it was too late. The bridges disappeared. Leo couldn't tell where was safe to step and where was simply air. He couldn't move. He was trapped in place under a merciless deluge of goo. But then he realized
Ew.
he didn't need to see the bridges themselves. They might have been invisible to him now, but he could still see signs of the goo sizzling them away. Where there was smoke, there must be planks.
Where there is smoke, there's fire.
So much for painting me into a corner, Madam of the Mansion.
Shut the fuck up.
Grinning, Leo leapt from bridge to bridge, trying to locate Lance's mark on Inkabel. He found it, just as she swiped one of her paintbrushes at him, and hurled the fragments right at it. Inkabel gave a shriek of anguish as she started to shrink, until nothing was left of her but Madam of the Mansion. She was back to normal, but she glared at Leo accusingly. "Why are you trying to destroy my stage?" she asked in a tearful voice. Because this isn't where we belong. This isn't our home. It's not real." "Real? What's that even mean?" She was shaking all over. "Painting
Didn't
was
know
my
there was a book?
life's passion.
There's barely a book.
So it was only natural I became an artist. Then someone had to go and award me some big fancy prize."
How dare they recognize my achievement?
Leo was confused. "Isn't that normally a good thing?" "There was nothing good about it. After that, everyone started judging the value of everything I painted. I couldn't put colors on a palette without wondering how the finished product would be received. The only things I could paint were copies of pieces I already knew were popular, and then copies of those copies, until one day I realized I had no idea what I really wanted to. What
Artists
I
in
really
the audience, is
needed
this
to
true?
paint. But everyone was waiting for my next masterpiece. I found myself forced to work on it. I pushed myself too hard, and in the end took a big brush and painted over the entire canvas in black. I'd painted 13 canvases in nothing but black when the Balan Theater appeared. This place was supposed to be my refuge from the agony of painting." Madame of the Mansion was sobbing. "Tell me, if you're so smart, what is real?" Leo didn't have an answer.
I fucking hate that line. Hypocrite that you are, for you trust the chemicals in your brain to tell you that they are chemicals.
Leo didn't have an answer. He was casting around for a response when Balan reappeared. "All those fancy things have vanished, and only mirrors remain. Mirrors that weren't here before, for they brought you so much pain. What could that be but a symbol of the love for yourself you feel? Deep down inside, you still want to paint. Isn't that feeling real?"
That is not your real life.
Wait,
Balan just appears with like a line already in his head, and he's just like, "Ah, yes, I got this one."
Emboldened by Balan's words, Leo took Madame of the Mansion's
Balan's Wonder
hands-
Words.
God damn it.
Balan Wonder Words. That's the typing spinoff.
"Help me fight Lance, and then you can go back home and paint what you want to paint." Madame of the Mansion shoved Leo away from her. "I'm not going
Shoves
anywhere!
Leo into a locker.
This stage! This is my home!" She wailed through her tears. There was nothing else he could say to her.
Now let me take a little sippy.
Sippy.
Gotta get my throat lubed up before I start talking like a shonen protag. The one that used to be Sea Gazer Street beat Leo.
Oh
in case
yes,
you
I get to
forgot
go
his
and
name.
grind for more double jumpers.
Street beat Leo stood in a carpet of bindweed. Excuse me. Where Sea Gazer had sat and stared out at the ocean. This had been a beach the last time he'd been here. He remembered playing with Clock Tower Kid and the others in the waves. But now the water had receded so much he could barely see it, and in front of him towered a giant stone structure. Good God, fucking throat, chill. An aquatic shrine?
Gee,
Did
I
she
wonder what could
build that
possibly
to
have happened.
protect her stage? Her stage? Balin shook his head. No, little one, that's been there from the start. Just like Skygazer and Cetacean Island, Seagazer ass
Cetacean
plants
Island!
for this part. But she never even went into the water. In that respect, Sea and Skygazer really are two of a kind. That's why they have similar naming schemes. They each wanted somewhere they couldn't reach designed. But while Lance may have created this shrine by the shore, remember this stage is hers at its core. Balin vanished, leaving Leo alone to puzzle over the bullshit he'd just spouted. He sat
Balin's a really
across the-
good character design, and I love it. That he's just kind of trapped in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Balin has such a good design, and
And
everything
also,
else
he's
about
like
him is kind of
this
shit.
in the book.
He's just such an infuriating character.
Mm-hmm. He just fucking sucks. I love
He
him.
set off across the
He-
dry seabed.
He is my Scrimblow.
My screen. Up close, the aquatic shrine was beautiful.
Oh my
It
god,
was
that's
covered
right.
in colorful
This is what
coral
the
and
X-ray
oddly
ape
shaped
does.
shellfish.
Mhm.
It lets you see drops and shit through the wall. That's why I could see the map.
Where was I? There it is.
Uh,
But the walls around it were so tall, Leo couldn't see a way inside. Now fucking what? He wandered around the perimeter and discovered a couple pillars made of water. Atop one of
We'll
those,
be
Seagazer's
right
illusion stood beckoning. You want me to swim inside them? I can't swim. I can only dance. Leo shut his
can't
eyes, and when
dance
he
in
opened
the water.
Leo shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was wearing a fin de costume. What am I now? Some sort of fish? He flapped his tail fin back and forth. No, not a fish. Sippy. The name of the costume came to him, Dynamic Dolphin. Right then, here goes! Timidly, Leo eased himself into the water pillar. It was hard going at first, figuring out how to use his tail fin to move around. But once he got
Yeah,
the
the
hang
tail
of it,
fin
he
that he
sped
has.
through the water with joyful ease. Should be a piece of cake swimming up over the shrine walls now. Columns of water were no protection against anyone who could swim, huge if true. But Seagazer would have thought otherwise. This would have been an impenetrable obstacle for her. If she'd ever even wanted to try to get in, Seagazer had only ever stared at the ocean, hence the name Seagazer. That's when it hit him. It's because of dolphins that she doesn't swim. That terrifying
I
sea
also don't
creature
swim
that was
after
trying
playing
to
after the
kill her.
dolphin.
That terrifying sea creature that was trying to kill her in her visions. It must have been a dolphin. Dolphins are just kind of like that, if I'm honest.
Mhm.
But that really.
One of the most noteworthy bits of one of my favorite bits from Animorphs is there's a part where there's this super terrifying race of creatures that have a reputation for being some of the most violent and destructive creatures that they ever that ever existed in
Howlers.
like the galaxy. Yeah, and when the protagonists finally like get close to one enough and are able to get a sample so that they can transform into it, they transform into it, and there's a part of their brain that is also affected by that. And so when they were playing, and they compared being that creature to playing as a dolphin, because to those creatures everything is just, it's basically like they're playing, which is horrifying but really compelling.
Yep.
as
Everything's just a game to them, and they have no concept that other living creatures are actually alive.
Yeah, and that they are murdering.
They're deliberately engineered that way, if my memory serves.
Mhm.
Yes, it's Animorphs is fucking good. We should be reading Animorphs right now.
What if we
Reading
do
is
an
some
Animorph
bullshit.
reading stream?
Only if I get to play the shitty Animorphs PS1 game at the same time.
No.
Okay, of course, of course. I would never stop you from playing a shitty game, Clue. But that realization alone didn't tell him her whole story.
I'll find out more when I find the fragments of her heart.
God, my fucking throat.
God, Street Beat Leo is so inconsiderate.
Whether Seagazer had thought the walls and water pillars would be enough to keep Leo out, or whether she was just so kind, even when consumed by negativity that she didn't want to hurt anyone, he didn't know. Either way, there were hardly any traps or dangerous obstacles that posed serious risk of harm. But there were still plenty of negativity. Excuse me,
That's-
golly, and
That
lots
is
of
definitely not the
times Leo-
case. This stage is probably one of the ones that has some of the most obstacles for the part of the game that you're playing.
Well,
it
they're just
in.
fucking lying, okay?
Yeah, they really are.
And lots of new types Leo had never seen before. He kept his guard up, fending off attack after attack as he made his way through the shrine, looking for the heart trees, here trees. When he found them, the Tims rammed through the negative barriers so he could get the
Ram.
fragments. The first one he found was the part of Seagazer that loved the ocean.
Weird that someone named Seagazer would. Bleh, words are hard.
Yeah.
Weird that someone.
Weird,
Maybe it
weird
has
that
something to do
someone.
with that funny voice of yours.
It's delightful. Please keep it up.
Weird that someone named Seagazer would get rid of the love for the things he spends all her time looking at. What must have happened to her in the real world? I mean, besides the dolphin trying to kill her.
Leo kept going. He came to a garden where some ocean left behind from the recently receded tide spilled over the shrine
This is the
walls into a
first time
pond.
that I've stopped and really looked at one of these stone statues.
Oh my god, look at that thing.
Dolphin.
Behind
it
the
looks fine
waterfall,
from the
he
side, but when you look at it from the front.
goofy ass thing. Behind the waterfall, he
Yeah.
discovered hidden passage that led to the second heart tree. This fragment was Seagazer's
Looks ready to shoot
tenaciousness in the
lasers from
face
its eyes.
failure.
So, she must have messed up somehow with something to do with dolphins. Messed up bad enough that she couldn't swim anymore, that she couldn't even stand the ocean she used to love. I wonder what sort of monster she turned into. Probably something dolphin-like or something.
She doesn't. She turns into a jellyfish. I still
Oh,
don't
okay. Why
understand
not? Judging from the other monsters he'd faced, Leo figured there was a good chance he'd turned into the thing that terrified her most, a jellyfish, apparently. Uh, he kept going until he came to the heart of the shrine. There he found Seagazer, who wasn't Seagazer anymore, but Angelica. That's cute, actually. Okay, that's
Mhm.
fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's cute.
That's cute and acceptable, and therefore not as good as Fortstaffer.
Yeah.
Christopher the Fourth and Bartholomew.
Click. There.
Yes. She was the most atrocious looking dolphin Leo had ever seen, in part because of the fact that she was a jellyfish instead, gnashing a mouthful of jumbled teeth at him in challenge.
How can that thing be Seagazer?
That motherfucking thing.
That thing dove right at him. Leo dodged her attack thanks to his epic dance skills, and as they fought, he began to realize something. All the other monsters he'd fought had disgusted him. Jesus Christ. But he felt more
Wow.
than that. Facing Angelica, he felt fascinated by her. Why is Why are we
What's
doing
that
something
thing?
like this now?
Leo,
Leo,
I'm just fascinated by her.
I am very curious in your
I
taste,
want to
Leo.
analyze her.
She's about to kill me, but I'm just fascinated by her.
Monster
The more he
fucking
thought
Leo.
about the more he thought about it, the more he realized he had felt that about the others too, but just hadn't noticed at the time. Sea Gazer! He shouted, even knowing it was useless. It's me! Street!
Never gonna get enough of that.
Jesus Christ.
It's never enough.
Unsurprisingly, Angelica responded with another attack, spewing forth a school of electric jellyfish. So you were scared of these too, huh? Making sure to keep his distance from the shocking jellies, Leo worked his way closer to the monster. The instant he caught sight of Lance's marks, he shoved Sea Gazer's heart fragments into it. What are you doing over there?
Boing, boing,
Jumping.
boing.
Okay, have fun.
I'm trying to get a
Angelica's
couple
face
more double jumpers before
contorted
I
in
leave.
agony as she shrunk and transformed back into Sea Gazer. Leo splashed closer, then stopped, glancing down.
Splashed closer. Of any verb they could have
Splash.
chosen.
There was
He
seawater
does
up
let you
to
do
his
some fun stuff.
ankles. The tide's going back in! We have to get to the beach! He grabbed Sea Gazer by the hand, and together they fled the aquatic shrine, the waves
Took him
chasing
by the
close
hand,
behind.
led him to the land.
Yeah. Ocean man.
Is there
They made
anything
it back
that,
to the-
Itzy can do in this stage particularly before I leave? Because I am fascinated to see what it, Actually, you know what I should probably do first? I should probably... I know where both of the objectives I need for this stage are, so I should probably do them before I quit. Or before I leave this one, so I'm gonna do the boss so I can try it again. Because you have to do that every time you fuck up a balance bout or a football, baseball game, whatever. You have to fight the boss again. It's horrible.
Fucking sucks.
Game design.
Game
Why
design.
would you do that?
They made it back to the bindweed blanketed beach just in time. Panting,
This is
Leo
a- this
turned to
is-
look
this
at
is
the
Angelica,
shrine
by the
over
way.
his shoulder. Hi, Angelica. But it was already
Could've been-
gone.
Splatoon boss.
She really does look like a
Mark it.
Splatoon boss. Submerged by the ocean, once again. Sea Gazer took a few unsteady steps through the bindweed before collapsing and bringing her knees to her chest. She had no sooner crouched down than that fucker Balan appeared beside her to start spouting some bullshit.
That
Your
jackass.
memories are back, aren't they? Though I know... Oh, I thought that said... Though I know you'd rather have kept them at bay. I
Ooh.
thought that said, I know you'd rather have kept them, baby. And I'm like, what?
Incel
She
Balan.
nodded. Baby.
Oh, mama.
I was a professional diver in the real world, training to be an instructor. I love the ocean so much. I would have spent all my
Aw.
time swimming if I could, playing with the dolphins. They were terribly curious, the dolphins.
There's a interesting story I could tell right now about dolphins being interesting. Curious.
One day
Oh.
they swam over and snuggled right up next to me. It was so adorable. But one of the dolphins got hold of my regulator, yanked it right out of my mouth. I panicked and accidentally took in a bit of seawater. Gagging on that, more of the ocean entered my lungs. I couldn't get my regulator back in my mouth, and I couldn't get my weight belt off. The more I struggled, the faster I sank to the ocean floor. Next thing I
Actually
knew, I was
terrifying.
in a hospital bed.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
genuinely.
you know what? I think this is fair to have like a really traumatic experience.
The genuine trauma here.
This
Yeah.
is like this is actual trauma.
As
Next
opposed to
thing
the
I knew-
chest-based trauma that we experienced earlier this
Chest-
stream.
Just
The
killed
chest
my
related
wife.
Which really wasn't chest-related trauma. It was him just being a fucking horrible husband.
Mhm.
Or
Like,
the trauma
literally-
of someone calling you a caterpillar nerd, which is truly devastating.
Honestly, kids are weird like that. I'd probably have been deeply emotionally affected by
right,
that as a
the
kid.
old guy deeply traumatized by kids not caring about litter.
Yeah, no, that
Huge.
one's like, you're a fucking grown ass man. Get your shit together, dude.
God. Next
Like
thing I
this is
knew,
the
I was,
only understandable one thus far.
I was in a hospital bed. One of my diver colleagues had saved me. My head felt like someone had taken a jackhammer to it and then steamrolled over the pieces. I'd gone so long without air. But worse than that was that I was terrified of going into the ocean again. All because those adorable dolphins had nearly drowned me, just trying to play. I couldn't go into the ocean again after that. I hated it. I hated the dolphins. I was so angry, all I could do was sit at the beach and look at the water. Then one day I went to the beach, and the Ballon Theater was there.
Just
I went to
imagine
Leo
the
put a-
children
looked
just
at the
kind
water.
of sitting there in the middle of the sand awkwardly.
God. Leo put a hand on Seagazer's shoulder. But part
It's
of
not
you
even
still loves
themed
the
like the beach
ocean.
or anything. It's just literally just cut and paste.
Hmm.
Come on, help me fight Lance. Once we defeat him, you can
I
get
didn't
back
know
to
you swam
swimming.
fast.
Are you
Actually, yeah.
kidding? Seagazer shook her head violently.
3D
I have
asset
no love
placed
for
in
the
Unreal
ocean
Engine.
or for the dolphins anymore. I don't ever want to go back to that world. It nearly killed me. The dark light glittered stubbornly in her eyes. You may believe those lies, but I think you do want to die. Your heart desires otherwise. Balin leaned close, peering into her face. For proof to your beautiful stage, you need only look. The real world and its oceans you never totally forsook.
Or
I'm
sook is a-
sorry,
Hmm.
said Seagazer in a small voice, but I'm still really struggling from the trauma of nearly dying. So give me a bit. But promise me
I
you'll
might need to
save
see a
Skygazer.
therapist.
I might need like years of therapy for this actually. This is really traumatic. I have real PTSD now. But promise me you'll save Skygazer.
Literally the
I
last
can't bear What?
hate it. I fucked up a balance bout on the very last fucking hit.
Sad. I
I'm
can't
so
bear the
upset.
thought of him trapped as a monster in that awful darkness. I promise, Street Beat Leo said,
Yes!
and turned off to walk off.
Return of Street
And
Beat
turned to
Leo.
walk off down the beach without another word. Why, little one, you seem quite upset, said Balin, glancing sidelong at Leo as they walked. Is the fact that PTSD isn't easy to fix bothering you? Is your inability to convince the others to help you fight Lance making you fret? No. Making you what?
You
It's
mad?
hard to believe that when you wear such a flat.
Damn
Sorry.
it.
Tell me, what is it that
Oh.
got you so down?
Hang on, look at this.
Eat.
So this is just going up normally. And if I hold the button, that's really fast actually. I can also mash it.
Happy. Slap, 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 slap.
1-800, are you slapping?
You know it, brother. It's just everyone's been hurt so badly.
Mashing
it makes
is
me wonder
unfortunately
if
worse,
they'll
but it is
ever be
funnier.
happy, even once they leave Wonderworld. Balance snorted. Cocaine. Happiness isn't weather.
Yeah, baby.
It can't be forecast.
Yeah, baby, said nobody because this was not excellent.
Not by you, nor by me, nor by anyone asked. Then what's the fucking point of making us pass the
It does
test
not work
before
for
we
the
can leave
jellyfish.
Wonderworld? The test
Well, there's
restores
jellyfish.
balance, nothing more, nothing less. Don't ask about it. We didn't think this part through too hard. This was just like set up for the game. We just needed like some fun stages to go through.
And yet the
You're-
novel has completely ignored the best part of the game, the fucking dance sequences.
They're saving that for the
They've
end.
ignored balance back.
They have also ignored Balan's bout.
Your happiness is up to you once you
Fucking
leave.
hell.
A problem
disagree,
you
Wow,
yourself must address.
I
Don't tell
absolutely
me.
despise the baseball game. There's no aiming reticle.
Don't tell me you're getting cold feet, little one. Not now, when your task is so close to done. Up to it. Balin
Chop,
looked
chop.
at him long and hard, and Leo saw himself reflected in that appraising gaze.
Terrifying.
No way am I giving up! Not when I'm the shonen protagonist, not when I know how much everyone suffers when they're trapped by the negativity. I have to fight to free them from that. Besides, I promise, Sea Gazer.
Only them.
Grinning.
No one
yeah. Who gives a shit about
Everyone else
anyone
can
else?
get
This
fucked.
sea gazer. Fascinated by her. Excuse me.
Scientifically speaking.
Grinning, Balin reached up to brush the brim of his top hat. Doubting you was my mistake. One I shan't a second
That
time
was his
make.
mistake.
The one that used to be Skygazer. Just like the others, Skygazer's stage had been completely transformed. It should have been an endless hill overlooking the sea, freckled with windmills every color of the rainbow.
But not
Now-
a good enough. Air cat and air unicorn. I'm assuming you're still referring to stage 2.
But now, it was blanketed in strange machines Leo had never seen. Pipes and gears and oddly shaped implements lay strewn about. The windmills were still there, their rotors still turning, but they were completely rusted over. The
I
hill
don't think I
had
have
been-
air cat or air unicorn, so
The hill-
I'll. You know what? I'll just go to World 6 and grab some air cats, and then I'll go back to World 2 and see what that is, because I'm curious.
Mhm.
This is not the menu. This is the costume. Menu. Fuck.
The hill had been torn out of the earth and now floated high in the air. Leo wasn't going to get anywhere walking. He'd have to fly.
I think I have one frost fairy. I might do that then.
He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself clad in a winged costume. Aero acrobat! I should be able to fly no problem now!
Still
Leo
can't get
flapped
over
his
the fact
wings,
that they
rising in the
literally
air
have
towards the hill.
exact same name as the one SNES game.
Oh
The
yeah!
one and only SNES game.
It was awkward going at first. He kept dipping and swerving through the air, threatening to fall to the earth, but eventually he got the trick of it and leveled out. Like with dancing, flying was all a matter of how he balanced himself.
Oh my god, balance!
get it? Do you get it?
He's a dancer! He sped towards the top of the hill as fast as his wings would take him. Uh-oh. He yelped as a sudden wind sent him tumbling off course. Once he'd righted himself, he looked in the direction the gust had come from and saw a windmill. Or, at last, what he thought was a windmill. That's no windmill! That's a propeller! That's what's making this
That's
wind!
That's no windmill. That's a space station.
Windmills do not work that way! He noticed that Skygazer's illusion was standing
They do in
atop
your
the hill.
dreams.
Hand
How much
raised
longer
to
you planning
point
on
at something
going?
in the
I don't know. How
distance.
much longer do we have in the book?
We are 60% through.
Where's the fun thing I can do with Frost Fairy?
Leo followed his finger to an island, hovering high in the sky. Is that Cetacean Island?
Cetacean Island.
Lance's creation glided through the sky, almost like it had a destination in mind. Leo flew toward it, leveraging the gusts whipped up by the propellers. On the island, he was unsurprised to find a heart tree. There were Tims there too. Like the Negati, they seemed to be able to go wherever in Wonderworld they pleased. It was almost like they'd been waiting for Leo, because the moment he arrived, they busted through the barrier around the tree. And I haven't even had a chance to feed you drops. He felt a little guilty as he reached for the first fragment of Skygazer's heart. This one was his love of the sky. The second fragment, which was apparently in the exact same tree as the first for once, for some reason, was his tenaciousness in the face of failure. Pretty much identical to the fragments that Sea Gazer had discarded from her heart. Does this mean they went through the same kind of horrible thing in the real world? Then Skygazer...
Yeah, except one of
what
them
happened to
was
you?
self-inflicted, where he fucking drove off of a cliff. The other
He-
was an
he-
accident.
He watched too much Kiki's Delivery Service.
He really did.
Leo shook his head to clear his thoughts.
Yes.
No use wondering. I have to bring him back to himself. After all, he'd made a promise. Leo headed into the cetacean of the skies. Inside was far larger than he would have expected looking at from the outside. There, he found Skygazer, or the monster that had been him. He was huge, with metal wings and propellers that made him look like a living, breathing aircraft. And his name wasn't Skygazer anymore, but Warville Wright.
You mentioned Dusky Eat? No. I'm starting to realize that this book doesn't have the crucial parts of Balan Wonderworld necessary in it. Alright, where is
Warville
the...
Warville?
Goddamn. So whatever bad thing happened to him in the real world must have had
where's-
to do with planes. Skygazer! Seagazer's back to normal! And she asked me to get you back to normal too! Warville Wright did not seem to register what Leo was saying at all. He flung propeller after him. Their blades were razor sharp and sliced what they hit clean in two. Leo, as light on his wings as he was on his feet, dodged everything Warville Wright threw at him. Enraged, the
Orville
monster...
Wright sounds like a fake name that someone makes up on the spot when they're struggling to think of an NPC name in a D&D campaign. The cop's name is Warville.
No, the cop's name is Officer Drawbridge.
I was gonna say, Constable.
Constable
Drawbridge,
Drawbridge,
specifically.
right.
Because Constable is funnier than Officer. Jarnathan?
Yeah! Have you seen the D&D movie?
I have not, but I do need
Yeah,
to
well-
see that.
Yeah, Jonathan is one of the first characters who appears in the movie, and, like, it is so obvious they were inspired by exactly that phenomenon when they made
I
it.
love that. That's so funny.
Anyway,
Jarnathan.
Leo, as light on his wings as he was on his feet, dodged everything Warville Wright threw at him. Enraged, the monster began hurling even bigger propellers through the air. Leo wove between them, getting closer to the monster each time he dodged. Then, as Warville Wright drew back another propeller to throw, Leo seized his chance and thrust the heart fragments into Lance's mark. Warville Wright went into a tailspin, crashing into the earth with a terrible crunch. In the wreckage crouched Skygazer, unmoving. "Are you okay?" But he did not answer, for he was dead.
No.
Oh no!
After a moment, Skygazer finally lifted his head. "I should be asking you, letting the negativity control me, attacking you like that. Don't beat yourself up about it, seriously." "I'll try not to, but Seagazer, is Seagazer alright?" "I tried to tell you before, but I guess there really is no reaching people through the negativity. She's fine. I helped her
Your
turn back
vibes
to
were
normal."
too rancid.
Skygazer released a long sigh of relief. "Do me a favor and spare me the details of the kind of monster she turned into, alright? And don't tell her what I turned into." "I won't, don't worry. But what happened to you in the real world?" Skygazer sighed again. "I dreamed of flying ever since I was a kid. In elementary school, I modded my bike into my first ever man-powered aircraft. Or
I just looked
tried
at
to anyway.
I just looked ahead at the balance statues things, and I remembered the fucking misery that is the last batch of stages where they have 3 Balan bouts apiece.
Oh no!
Christ.
Sickening.
Never, ever, ever.
I never got it an inch off the ground, but I didn't give up. I turned the shed outside our warehouse into my workshop and kept
I
tinkering
did
away,
give up.
improving
That's
the
what it
design
sounded like.
bit by bit. Damn it. That explained all the gears and apparatuses on Skygazer's stage. They
There's
must
an
have been
annoying way to
inspired from
reset
his
them
vision.
that's not fighting the boss.
That closes the game reopening it?
That
Control Alt Delete?
sounds... Finish a bout, exit to the Isle of Tims, and it'll save. So if you fail a bout, exit to title.
Oh,
That is annoying, but it does save a little time, so I might actually do that.
less
for
annoying
some
than
of them.
having to beat a boss all over again.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
So, then what happened? In middle school, I took it for a test flight down a hill, and it flew for the first time. Well, by flew, I mean I got about a foot off the ground. But I lost my balance and crashed, and got hurt really bad. My parents grounded me for an eternity after that, but my dreams of
I'm
flying
still
were still
grounded
intact.
now, actually.
Well, that's what eternity means.
I wanted to do what everyone said was impossible. Fly across the Attila Strait on a man-powered aircraft. I tried crossing my hometown river first, but I didn't even come close to making it. They had to
The
carry
Attila
me away
Strait
from
is
that
such a
crash on a stretcher. My
specific-
bones were broken so bad! Oh!
Jesus, kid. You'd think that maybe you should go to college before you keep this up.
The doctor told
Get more
me
knowledge.
if it had been any worse, I would have been paralyzed for the rest of my life?
Kid, what the fuck is your problem?
Hearing that terrified me.
Airplane.
I haven't so much as touched my flying machine since. I locked
Yeah,
up on my
no
workshop.
shit.
All the gear I scraped my allowance together for is in there, rusting away. The cogs and drills I saw in my vision behind Balan. Those were some of the tools I used to work on my machine. That's why you lost your love of the sky and fearlessness in the face of failure.
Because you fucking broke every bone in your body, dipshit.
I'm gonna be real. I feel like he might want to stop.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Does he need to make a fucking flying machine? We're in the modern day. There
Yes.
are planes. He can just be a pilot.
Yeah, no, like there's like 100 different ways you could go about it.
He,
I'd be
he
done too.
doesn't need to build the next Da Vinci flying machine. We have like jets and space shuttles and shit.
If you really want to be a pilot from such a young age, I hate to say it, but fucking buy a drone.
Mm-hmm.
Kid just looking to being an engineer. Exactly.
I never was able
Also-
to fly in the end. I felt utterly useless. That's
They
when the
invented a
Balan Theater
fucking
appeared.
river for that too. That's so good. Obsessed with that.
I'm imagining the Balan Theater just crashing into the middle of a hospital room.
It's like the hospital from myhouse.wad, where it's just an endless loop, and at the end is Balan Theater. God. Jesus.
You okay, buddy?
No, I just got scared by Bugsy.
Like
Poking
yeah.
her
jump
head
scare.
Yeah.
She's clearly an Asian child. Very minor distinction, though. Easy mistake to make.
Her name is Yuri. That's Russian.
She looks like an Asian kid.
Russia's
Also,
like
aren't
half in
Russians
Asia.
like? Yeah, it is Asia. It's like 70% of Asia.
Skygaze
We
is tilted
almost
to
like
everything.
a flight simulator. Yeah, there are like so many solutions to this problem that this kid has.
Just
But
play
she
Pilot
decided-
Wings.
You don't need to do this.
You are.
There-
This is
there-
entirely
nothing.
self-imposed, kid.
I want to fly, but I only want to fly if I made the flying machine.
Buy
It's
a
like-
fucking hang glider. There are like 700 different solutions to this
Try
problem.
parasailing or something.
It's you can fit through those bars. Good. I will try that.
So I was about to say, I've seen a couple characters named
Oh my God,
Yuri
you're right.
in Japanese things. Is it a Japanese name as well?
Aw.
Then I was about to Google
It is.
Japanese Yuri before I realized what I was doing.
My favorite instance of it is in Yuri on Ice. You know, the figure skating anime. There is another participant in the competition who is who is from Russia, whose name is also Yuri, and so to distinguish the two of them, they give him a funny nickname, and he hates it.
But after all that, you still wouldn't let go of your dream to fly across the ocean. That's why you
Really
had Lance
fucking-
make you Cetacean Island, isn't it? Why you had to make it out of your reach, to give yourself the goal of getting there one day. I don't know. guess it could have been subconscious. You've got the
He's just
fearless
like-
part of you back now, Skygazer. Help me fight Lance. Skygazer hung his head. What did Seagazer say? She said she hated the ocean. Skygazer let out a soft, bitter laugh. Just like I hate the sky. I don't care about flying anymore, Street Beat. I'm fine
Good.
looking up at it from
You
down
probably
here.
shouldn't, if I'm being honest.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So he's
He's
out
about
too.
to kill him.
Leo's shoulders sagged. Another dead end? Leo spun around and saw Balan shaking his head sadly. Rotten luck, my friend.
If only these people hadn't been traumatized, this would be a lot easier.
Wonder what could have stopped that.
God.
SMH my head.
Well, that's
Sky-
enough for me. I'm going back to bed. The one that used to be Sentinel of the City, Street Beat Leo, felt his jaw drop when they arrived at Sentinel's stage. The once peaceful city was in flames,
Oh,
and
I'm
crimson
not going back to
lava
that stage,
flooded
sorry.
the stage.
I'm not going back to 11-2. I can't.
Leo saw Sentinel's
strong enough.
illusion, standing atop a boulder surrounded by the stuff. He was dressed in a firefighter's uniform. Huge if true, never would have guessed.
Was that his job back in the real world?
Oh my, oh dear, sighed Balan. He's lost himself to fear. How embarrassing, being afraid of fire.
Womp womp.
I don't remember doing an out of bounds with Itzy on.
Yeah,
11-2.
well, so did the others. Sentinel's deepest fear is fire, so makes sense that's what he'd use to protect his stage and try and stop me.
The stronger the fear, the stronger the negative power in turn. You still want to risk feeling his sick burns? You better
That-
have burn heal.
That's
I'll just have to
disgusting.
think
That
like
was
a
the worst rhyme I've heard so far.
That one was all Quark.
Oh,
I added the sick burn.
good. On second thought, that was the best one I've heard all night. Because
Thanks,
it was
means a lot to me.
because it was believable enough to fit in.
To be fair, it was a turn burn. I just added the sick in there to make.
I'll just have to think like a firefighter and use their tools of the trade.
Leo donned a costume modeled after a fire hydrant water blaster, the best costume in the game.
God, that one sucks so much.
Oh, very clever. Then I shall leave you to your endeavor. At that, Balan disappeared. You're
Thanks for
fucking
nothing
useless. You're
again.
fucking Thanks for fucking. It's
Literally-
fucking nothing.
Literally the embodiment of the fucking tuxedo mask. My work here is done meme.
God, fucking Toyota Yapathon over here. He just shows up and spouts shit and leaves. Leo used the costume's endless supply of water to cool off the lava blocking the streets, one piece by one little piece, and made his way through the stage.
Yo!
The One Piece!
Yeah, yo,
even
yeah, yo. Anyway,
But even so, he still sweltered in the heat of the blaze. It was so hot, the sweat he flicked from his brow evaporated in seconds. It was getting
How does a
harder and
fire
harder to
hydrant
go
sweat?
on. Don't worry about it. He came to a stop in front of a particularly huge bonfire, thinking this was as far as he could go. But seeing the way the Tims followed, all bunched together to protect one another from the flame,
Dear God.
gave Leo the push he needed to keep going. He took one step, and then another, and another.
take one step.
What is stuck in my teeth? Oh, okay. In the
Cookie?
flames, he found a little bit of cookie. In the flames, he found the first heart tree, where he recovered the part of Sentinel that found purpose in protecting his town. The next fragment was Sentinel's faith in himself.
I love how they
What kind of
completely
firefight?
abandoned the search for the second tree at this point, because like it's basically redundant.
Gloss
Yeah.
over it. Much like the secondary stage in most instances is completely fucking worthless. Except for in 2-2, where it gives us the best costume in the game. and in 12-2, where I get a chance to do a silly out of bounds clip.
Rude.
What kind of
Call the
firefighter
box
just
of
abandoned
Timbits.
his duty? A sentinel can't protect anything if he isn't at his post.
It made Leo want to
He's not
cry and
standing on
sob and
anything.
scream and throw up, though he knew what he was feeling probably paled in comparison to what Sentinel himself felt. No wonder the man lost faith in himself. Leo forged ahead to where Sentinel lurked, waiting. Sentinel, or rather the Hydrak, as he was now called, looked just like his new name implied. But instead of water, red-hot magma spouted from his maw, burning
Wait.
what little there
Wait.
was left of the town to a charred crisp.
So he's allowed to just be called Sentinel, but they have to say Madam of the Mansion in full every single time?
This does read like
guess-
a creepypasta, honestly. It's just like it's very specific in the way that it describes things until it gets to any of the actually like interesting bits. There is a car alarm going off outside. Thank you,
that's me,
Hydrak, for
sorry.
setting from the car that you have.
Yeah.
Little did Cork never told us, but she's actually on Discord mobile and is just in a car outside of my house right now.
I've been driving while reading. Don't tell the police. Okay.
I think it's funnier if I imagine you pulling over to the side of the road every time it's your turn and just stopping for like 20 minutes at a time and reading and then driving again. Getting back on the
Always drive
highway.
safely.
You're supposed to guard this city, not burn it down. That's the
You were
exact
supposed to-
opposite of a firefighter. That's a
You were supposed
fire
to.
helper.
God. Oh my god.
Anakin Skywalker, that mob.
Literally.
The dragon spewed lava and flames everywhere. Leo hosed them down as best he could as he closed in on the monster. But the closer he moved toward the Hydrak, the more unbearably hot it got, until
I'm
even
taking a
his
minute on this
costume
break.
started to smoke and sizzle. Taking a Tim break.
Yep. I got my Easter basket right next to me. I
Let's
got some
go.
M&Ms and some Kit Kats
Hell
and
yeah.
some Hershey Kisses.
Pretty snazzy. I got some Pocky in mine. It was tasty.
My
Just when
my
you thought he-
parents my
I should
parents
go
got
get my
usually
chocolate
get
eggs.
like my parents usually get like a big bag of Starburst jelly beans they put into like a little display dish for people to munch on. But this year they didn't have the regular Starburst jelly beans. They only had a big bag that was just full of red ones.
Sad.
It was well, I like the red one, so it was fine. But it was just very funny because I was imagining someone just preparing like a batch of them regularly, and then going into it afterwards and sorting all of them back out again, so that they just had all the red ones again. Like instead of them
God.
what they probably actually did, just the idea of someone manually picking them out for all of them was just very funny.
That's actually my job. Where was I? There. Just when he thought he couldn't take anymore, he spotted Lance's negative mark. He wound his arm back and hurled the fragments of Sentinel's heart at it as hard as he could. In slow motion, the Hydrak crumbled. In epic slow-mo.
Wait, yeah, they put that part in as being happening in universe.
Yeah, you know,
The
why not?
dramatic slow-mo in the final hit.
I
Yeah,
love that.
it goes hard. The flames ravaging the town sputtered out. Leo found Sentinel in the ruins, looking just as rough as he had when they'd first met.
Not feeling the firefighter uniform anymore?
Sentinel hung his head in shame. I don't deserve to wear it.
How do you figure?
For a long moment, he did not answer. Then, haltingly, he started to speak. I loved being a firefighter. Every time there was a call, I'd be the first one changed and in the truck. I cracked jokes with everyone else on the ride over, saying things like, not every day we get to be a hero. Oh wait, yes we do! And then everyone would laugh and we'd all bump fists and everyone clapped. Everyone stood up and clapped.
I'm
And everybody
positive that-
clapped.
I'm so sure that they loved that so much and they were not annoyed by it.
Yeah.
I'm sure that your coworkers loved you.
Yeah,
every single
you
time
know
you made
this-
that joke.
You know every coworker wanted him fired.
Well, yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah.
Everybody at this fire station desires me carnally.
God, stop! We didn't think there was a fire we couldn't put out. But then there was a fire we couldn't put out. But then there was a fire at an abandoned factory. Across
I
the
glanced
street from
over
some
at-
houses.
I glanced over at the book, and for a second I thought that's what it said.
God, I wish that would be funny.
But then our exact worst fears were realized. There was a fire that we couldn't put out.
There wasn't any saving the factory, but we weren't about to let the flames spread to those people's homes.
Hang on. The voice you're doing here reminds me of the fucking narration from the Willy Wonka Experience guy talking about the unknown.
It's the unknown.
And I just had a moment where I realized how fucking perfectly that fits with the fucking Alan Wonderworld. Just imagining the unknown popping out from behind one of the mirrors.
God. God. Oh, Captain.
God damn it.
Balan Wonka World.
God.
What was the fake name that they came up with? It was Willy's Chocolate Experience or something like that, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Willie McSomething.
Willy McDuff, I think.
Willie McDuff.
Oh my, that was one of my favorite fucking memes. In the, it was so fucking good. There's a very good video by Wait in the Wings about it. They did a fucking phenomenal video on Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark. But their video on the Willy's whatever the fuck experience. Willy's
Willy's
sexual-
whatever.
Willie's whatever the fuck. That's a
but
better
that-
name for it.
Willy's Wet and Wild Adventure. Our captain had us spread out in front of the factory with
unknown.
the hoses.
Coming out from
Standard
behind this
procedure.
mirror, right here specifically.
We
Oh.
weren't worried. We knew we were gonna be heroes again today, just like every other day. Everyone loved that joke. Sentinel dropped his gaze.
It
We were
reminds
wrong
me-
though. Something inside the factory exploded. Some chemicals or gas or something left from when it was still in operation. It turned the place to an
The fuck is
inferno. The heat was strong enough to burn us even through our uniforms. Then I realized that everyone else had gotten a lot closer to the blaze. No, that's not right.
Oh, you
They
know what?
were
Actually, yeah,
closer.
I should try
I
the,
hadn't-
I should try getting Itsy and try clipping through the door instead.
Ooh.
That'd be fun.
I hadn't
Oh yeah,
realized
I
it,
just
but the
remembered. Read an article about an interview with the guy who arranged the whole thing. He
Oh my
said-
god, they got one?
Yeah,
They got an interview with him?
They got an interview with the guy who set up the whole thing with used the Chat GPT prompts and everything. He says his life has been ruined by the reaction to the Willie's
Good,
Chocolate
he's a fucking
Experience.
scammer.
And direct quote, "It made me feel sick to the pit of my tummy."
The pit of my tummy.
My tummy, not
My
his
tummy
tummy, the
hurts.
poor man.
Yeah, no, if you read up on the if you read up on the situation, it's very funny. But the fact that he definitely did like still scam people out of their money, but like at least no one was like fucking hurt or like no one's livelihood was on the line, or anything. But it's just very, it's just very silly. But if you read up on it, like if you learn about the other things that the guy did in the past, this is entirely in line with
They
with what
found
he.
his Amazon listings, all the books he's published on Amazon that are 100% Chat GPT, just copied, pasted directly into without doing
Mhm.
any sort of editing or checking whatsoever.
Oh, okay, hang on. I
Apparently,
gotta open the door a
they
tiny
are
bit.
thoroughly incoherent.
Excellent.
Okay. I hadn't realized it, but the force of the fire and my own fear caused me to stumble away, ignoring my orders.
And then what happened?
The captain came on the radio and told us to back off. I yelled, "Get back," to everyone else, but they stayed where they were and ignored orders. The flames kept coming toward them. I was terrified. I retreated backwards like the captain had told me to do, angling my hose at the fire as I went. We managed to put it out before it got to any of the houses, but I
I
couldn't
know
look
it's
any of
referring
the
to a
others in
fire
the face.
hose, but the first thing I heard when you say angling my hose was it was.
Whoa.
I know. All right, you know
That's
what?
like a me tier joke. Come on, man.
Exactly. That's why I was partly expecting it.
We managed to put it out before it got to any of the houses, but I couldn't look any of the others in the face on the way back to the station. None of them had run away in fear like I had. He fucking followed his captain's orders to get back. What? Soon as we were back,
Okay to
I
be
changed and went straight
intimidated.
home. Oh my god, I can't believe he was.
angling my pantyhose so they look the most fetching.
That was nice. They should do a firehouse burlesque show.
Oh my god, that would kick ass.
The fire
They
had
do
made
those
the
calendars
papers
every
next
year.
one. They should do a burlesque one instead of having
The
them
fact that like
pose and oiled up.
fireman calendars are like a thing, like just as like a general pop culture thing, is so funny to me. Like, I don't know, like you never see the fucking like a police force doing something like that because
Good.
one,
Because
they're too busy
police suck.
committing crimes, and two, just I don't know, like it's just very funny to me. Very, I don't know. Anyway, continue.
There was a photo of my colleagues on the front page under a headline calling them heroes. I was so glad it was my day off, so I didn't have to go into the station. And face them and have to explain why I'd retreated so far without any orders.
You had orders!
You had
Yeah,
orders.
what is he talking about? The captain said get back, and I got back, and I felt really bad about doing that.
Also,
It's
sorry,
okay to
sorry
be
for not
fucking
turning the page
scared
fast enough.
sometimes.
I lost track of where we were.
That's okay.
Some
I lose-
like literally sometimes
That's
you
what
can be
Alan
intimidated by
Wonderworld does
something.
that to a person, I think.
It does it has rotted my brain sufficiently.
The person you saw in your vision, the one that looked like you, that was one of your squad, wasn't it?
Must have been, yeah. I spent the night after the
guess.
factory incident wandering around town. I remember, as soon as I decided to quit the force, the Balan Theater showed up. Sentinel's shoulders sagged. Just one. Just the one shoulder.
Is it? Would you really call it quitting the force when it comes to like retiring from like being a firefighter? Like that just doesn't
I don't
seem
think
like
they
a-
usually use
Reference
that
to
term,
police
no.
force.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's odd. I don't know. I'm not a hero. I never was. I've
Where-
only been a human being.
I handed
Scared
in
of-
my hose and badge.
I've only ever been a coward. I've only ever startled
no,
a bit in
Gomez.
front of a
Gomez
huge
gets it.
inferno. It made sense now why Sentinel had gotten rid of the parts of himself he had. Leo placed a hand on his shoulder.
Help me fight Lance. You can still be a hero. You can still protect your town. Okay, now go tell me no like everyone else.
Sentinel only shook his head.
Literally,
I
this
told
book
you,
is
I'm
cutting out the
nothing but a
best part
coward.
every time. Like we've not had a single dance number yet. This is absolutely fucking
We haven't had a
atrocious.
single Malin bout either.
Yeah.
I told you, I'm nothing but a
Hmm.
coward.
Then you're fine letting Watcher be a monster forever?
That seemed to strike a nerve.
Which one was Watcher?
The bird woman.
Oh yeah.
Sentinel started shaking all over, but then he stilled and hung his head again. Cowards can't face monsters.
If you need me, I'll be fighting Lance.
Leo
You need
turned
me.
away.
I'll be a hero.
Unlike you.
He wasn't at all
Oh.
surprised to find Balin waiting for him. That fucking bastard, here to spout more bullshit, arms crossed, grinning the same obnoxious grin as always.
And then he didn't say anything. Hooray!
Yet.
Balan standing at the edge of the scene and just staring at you is the most Balan Wonderworld thing I've heard all day.
The one that used to be Watcher of the Woods. Watcher's stage had barely changed at all. The giant trees and cozy little tree houses were all still there. Leo figured Watcher must have been loath to change her stage, even to better protect it against an invading enemy. The only difference was the light, or lack thereof. It was pitch black beneath the foliage, no more sun dappling through the leaves. And the place was crawling with negati. They seemed to be piqued by Street Beat Leo's presence. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was wearing a costume called Guardian Bird. I knew birds were a sore spot for Watcher! Leo flapped his wings, whipping up a biting wind that blew all the negati in his path away. Sweet!
He said in his anime protagonist voice.
Watcher's illusion guided Leo through the stage. As he went, he rebuffed the flocks of negati that attacked him, with powerful flaps of his wings. At last, he found the heart trees. First, he recovered the part of Watcher that found purpose in protecting the woods. And then, the part of her that trusted others.
Are you good?
No, he was commenting on what I was doing when I got to the balance bout at the end of the fucking staircase
Sounded
that
like
kept
he was
shutting down.
Okay.
Ha!
Their names
when I'm
were
doing
not
a
the only
balance
things
bout.
Watcher of the Woods and Sentinel of the City had in common. Their heart fragments were nearly identical too. Since Sentinel had been a firefighter in the real world, Leo guessed that meant Watcher must have been some sort of forest ranger or something.
Some sort of bird observer.
But where Sentinel had lost his faith in himself, Watcher had lost her faith in humanity.
Oh my god.
Including, no doubt, Leo. So that meant he wasn't going to solve this by talking sense into her. He didn't want to fight
That
her,
does not work for anybody.
but
Clearly
he
you
wouldn't
need
run
to have
away
a
from
dance
battle
off.
when it came down
Do
to
a
it.
dance off. I'm begging you.
They've been setting up his dancing prowess this whole time. You gotta pay it off
They
eventually.
have loaded like they have put like 6 different guns on the table and put several boxes next to them and everything, and not a single person has touched them. Also, I got both balance bouts on this stage.
Fuck yeah.
Good.
Let's
Never have to touch it again.
go.
And it would come down to it once he'd traveled deep enough into the woods. Leo looked around. Somehow he'd wandered into a giant bird nest without realizing it. He'd no sooner set foot into the nest when the monster
shit,
that had been Watcher swooped down to attack. But her name wasn't Watcher anymore. It was Cuckoo.
Cuckoo?
Just
That's
Cuckoo.
not even creative.
Yeah, that's probably
0
the lamest one
stars.
so far. Come on! We started off with Fortstaffer and the what was the fuck?
Bartholomew.
Bartholomew.
Bartholomew. I still think Bartholomew is just slightly better than Fortstaffer the Fourth. It's a
I don't
very-
think anything's beating Bartholomew.
Yeah, Bartholomew. Like the way that they had there was dramatic pause, and then it was italics, and the only thing in its line, Bartholomew. Every other one has paled in comparison since that moment. And I knew that name was coming, is the best part. Is like, I knew that name was the first boss's name, and then it still caught me off guard. It's so good. It's so good.
She was a hideous giant, covered in garish feathers. Her attacks
Nice.
were also unrestrained and erratic. While unsightly, she was also fascinating. She had the same power as Leo. No, she was more powerful than him by a long shot. Each flap of her
And yet,
wings
he
birthed a
still
tornado that
deals with
spun
her
right at him.
effortlessly.
Hmm?
And yet he still deals with her effortlessly.
Will you quit it? I'm trying to help you! He knew she wouldn't
By
believe him
kicking
if he
the
said
shit
it out
out of
loud,
you.
so he didn't. She was not going to let him. As agile and graceful as Leo was, dodging so many tornadoes one after the other was taking its toll, and he was not getting any closer to her since she was flying so high up. I gotta watch carefully! Dodging tornadoes left and right, Leo studied her every maneuver. She couldn't sustain flying forever. She was too big. She'd have to come back down eventually. Now! Leo dashed over the moment Cuckoo came down, thrusting the fragments of her heart into Lance's mark. She let out a squawk of pain, writhing in agony as her body shrank and transformed back into Watcher. But unlike when he had returned the others to themselves, she regarded Leo with cold suspicion. Leo may have returned the part of her that trusted others, but he supposed those wounds on her heart hadn't completely healed yet. You like birds a lot, didn't you? Watcher gave a curt nod. I did. I was getting my master's in ornithology. My thesis was on the lazuli bird, a large species of migratory stork with stunning blue wingtips. There's only a few hundred of them left. There was a mammoth of a tree in the woods near where I lived, and a mated pair of lazuli birds had built their roost at its top. It was far too high up to see from the ground, but I guess there had to be at least 2 or 3 eggs in the nest. Lazuli birds are doting parents. One would stay in the nest to warm the clutch under its body, while the other would bring back as much food as it could. In the fall, once their hatchlings were ready to fly, the whole family would head south for the winter.
There was a mammoth in the tree. It's the mammoth.
A mammoth! I went to the woods. I went to the woods to do my research. I imagined catching sight of one of the hatchlings flying around, exploring outside its nest, and felt my face beaming in a smile. But that smile crumbled away when I heard the telltale sound of machinery. I got worried and ran in the direction of the sound and found men with chainsaws at the trunk of the Lazuli bird's tree. Leo felt his breath catch in his throat. What? Why? They were cutting down all the trees in the area to clear land for houses. There was construction equipment everywhere I looked. They'd already carved their way through a huge chunk of the woods.
I just noticed that the people in the background also stop moving when you go into the time portal. That's
hey.
fun. What's the fun thing I can do with the time portal?
Then that giant, terrible beast you saw in your vision. He must have been a bulldozer or a digger or something. Watcher nodded. I shouted at the top of my lungs, "You can't cut that tree down! The Lazuli bird's nest is up there!" But they told me they'd already gotten the permit from the mayor. They never even turned their chainsaws off. I made a grab for one.
The portal then just jump back to the main part of. Oh my god, you're totally right. I can just fucking continue through the rest of the stage like this.
Huh!
Well, okay, there's only so much I can do on this part.
Now swap.
Also, the
costumes.
music. If I swap costumes, it goes back to the. Oh wait, hang on. Nope. Also, this is the longest I've heard this theme for. This is the music that plays when the animals start cheering for you. But because I'm time stopped, it hasn't stopped playing.
You are being recommended
wait.
to swap costumes.
Okay. Did I do something wrong?
Huh. Back? Oh!
That's not how it's supposed to work, is it?
Huh.
Interesting.
That's so funny. Oh my god, I love that.
I made a grab forward,
Zawarugo.
but the guy shoved me off. I kept trying to stop them, getting more and more
That's
desperate,
silly.
more and more violent, but they just
There is
grabbed
no
me.
practical application for that, but I love that.
Mm-hmm.
That's very
I
fun.
love that it's something you're able to do because the
And
way
I
the
wonder
systems
if
interact.
if I remove it from my inventory and just get a different one. It does. It's so funny.
And even in the time stop world, the dancing creatures on the other side of the portal are still dancing. It's just this one guy.
Wait, you're right. That's hilarious. Oh, and then this one
And he's
vanishes
not even
because I got
there.
close. Oh my god, this fucking video game. When will the unknown step out from behind the time portal?
Watcher fell silent for a long moment. Then Balan appeared beside them. That's not the
this
end,
fucking
is
guy.
it, my friend? Watcher glared at him.
Oh, that's why. Because they're also Chrono Bunny.
Oh! That
There's an
makes
actual
sense.
purpose behind it. That's fun.
Later that night, I snuck out to where the nest was.
Jesus,
The
stream element, calm
monsters.
down. Slow your roll.
The monsters had cut the giant tree down, and I found the nest where it had fallen to the earth, the eggs smashed beyond saving. The Lasley birds stood over the remains of their home, looking shell-shocked. I started crying. I told them over and over I was sorry I couldn't protect them. I went back to the construction site every night after that. Even though they'd cleared away the giant tree and most of the woods around it, even though there was nothing there for them to eat, the Lasley birds lingered. Those birds, there's nothing more precious to them than their offspring. If a chick dies in the nest, the parents never leave again. That's one of the reasons Lasley birds are going extinct. I was going to mention.
Because they fucking kill themselves every time that they lose their children.
But winter was coming, and I begged them to fly south. I told them they could come back in the spring and try to find somewhere
Because
safer
birds
to
can
build
understand
another
me,
nest.
clearly.
Exactly. To raise another brood. The poor things wouldn't budge, no matter how much I tried to get them to go. I'd found their bodies in the snow where the giant tree once stood.
Jesus.
A muscle and
That
Watcher's
would be really
jaw tightened.
impactful if it wasn't, like, really shitty. Like, that idea of, like encountering a specific wild animal and then later finding it dead, like,
Mhm.
that's always upsetting, but, like, when it's one that you specifically, like, I don't know, like there's something to be said about that. But everything about this situation is really poorly done.
Mhm.
Much like this game, this book has taken the exact wrong approach to writing everything at every possible turn.
You're goddamn right. Humans are so cruel, so unbelievably selfish and greedy. I hate them. They'll destroy anything in the name of development. You couldn't pay me to live in one of those big houses. Not when they're built in the bones of the Lasley birds, and who knows how many other poor creatures. Watcher clenched her teeth. Balan breathed a sigh.
Oh yeah, that's right. You do go farther with AirCAD if you mash. Actually, you know what? Let me turn up the frame rate. That might actually help. Nope.
Balan breathed a sigh. Humans are everything you accuse. Between them and the sweet Lasley bird, I know which I'd choose. But there aren't any Lasley birds on your stage, said Leo. They're in the real world. If you don't go back, you won't be able to help any of them. No matter how much
The
you
control
tried to...
screen is pretty great, yeah.
the funniest image in the entire goddamn game. No matter how much he tried to reason with Watcher,
Rainbow drops would be nice, yes.
the dark light in her eyes refused to be extinguished.
Wow,
He gave
yeah, that
up
is
on
way
trying
farther.
to convince her to leave. Well, one thing is undeniable, drawled Balan. Your team isn't exactly reliable.
What is his fucking problem?
Gee, thanks,
That's
Captain
his-
Obvious. Leo
Oh,
turned
but
his
honey,
back
I'm
on him and
sorry.
strode away. Only 3 more left. 3 more chances. At this rate, victory may well be Lance's. Do you ever shut up? He shouted.
That's what I'm fucking saying.
He hadn't really meant to. Balan only shrugged.
That means no. The
Don't
one that
collect
used to be Pensive Pierre.
Ah, yeah!
Let's
here
fucking
we
go.
Alright, so I don't collect these rainbow drops. I'm assuming there's a way to get them to spawn infinitely
Oh,
then.
duplicating him?
At first
Yeah.
glance, it did not seem like Pensive Piero's amusement park had changed all that much, but it was the black of night now, whereas it had been a bright afternoon on Leo's last visit. Neon signs lit up the whole park. It was surprisingly beautiful in an ethereal way. "Oh, little one, don't let appearances deceive," said Balin with a
Respond
snort.
them? Ooh.
"This place is a maze. Not everything you see you should believe."
I'm not stupid.
Snapped Leo peevishly. Leo's treating Balin how he deserves to be treated.
So you can collect and
This-
you get 4.
Fucking piece of shit.
Oh.
The
that's
families and
fun.
couples he had seen strolling
Strolling?
around, strolling
Strolling, let's
around
do.
earlier were gone, leaving crowds of negati in their place. The music playing was no longer that cheerful march, but a creepy variation of the melody. Why is that so funny?
Because it's
wasn't-
written like a creepypasta line.
God, yeah.
Now
But
that
there
you
was
mention
hyper
that,
realistic
it-
blood,
it
and Mario
truly
was crawling out of
is.
my TV screen at me.
God.
We need
This
to have a
wasn't-
bad creepypasta reading night. That'd be so fun.
God, please. This wasn't the stage of the kind clown that had warmly greeted Street Beat Leo and Clock Tower Kid so long ago. Back
Clock
when he was
Towel?
still Street Beat Leo. Clock Towel Kid. Leo figured it didn't much resemble the
Oh my God,
amusement
they did
park where
respond.
Pensive Piero had worked in the real world either. And it was probably riddled with traps. He had to tread carefully. Looking around, he
when I
noticed
mean
all
the
sorts of
fucking
attractions floating in the air,
search the
connected
stage.
by nothing but roller coaster tracks.
Playing Resident Evil, but it had super. But it was the PS1 version, which made it really scary because there was just real blood coming out of these polygonal models. And
That
then I
is
was playing the
scary.
Resident Evil HD collection, and then it was pixelated blood on real models, and then I realized I was just playing on low graphic settings.
God.
My graphics card was shit.
There's no twist here.
God.
Yeah, I know.
Said Leo before Balin could open his mouth to speak.
I'm absolutely
rules,
here for
actually.
Leo just getting sick of Balin's shit.
And donned a wheeled costume called Rail Runner.
Getting
Turns out my
around shouldn't
GPU
be a
was dying,
problem
and I
now.
wasn't haunted at all.
He hopped up on the tracks, leaving Balin behind him. He passed the merry-go-round of the teacups, heading for the Ferris wheel he had ridden with Clock Tower Kid and Pensive Piero. It really hadn't been that long ago, but it felt like decades had passed. There came a sharp aching in his chest when he thought about the day the three of them had spent together. But the rides were not meant for Leo's amusement anymore. They were nightmarish obstacles meant to stop him.
Well, it hasn't quite been a decade, but it has been entirely too long since we read that part, yes.
It hasn't been that long ago, but it felt like around 2 or 3 years had passed. Maybe 1,
I
2,
wanna-
around there.
We got to this part in the we got to the novel in about because we played this game in April last year, or in 2021, so it would have been probably June or July of 21. So it's been about 2 years,
Damn.
9 months or so.
Damn.
Yeah, no, this game is old.
How is this game already 3 years old?
I don't know. It's fucked up.
What the
Did
fuck?
you know that? Did you know that fucking Mario Odyssey is how old now? God, 7 years old.
Shut the fuck up. Anyway, but Pensive Piero
Being
probably
reminded
never
of
imagined.
the crippling, impossible nature of time.
Pensive Piero probably never imagined his attractions trying to hurt people when he first created them. He'd only ever wanted people to have fun.
2019
Excuse me.
was half a decade ago. Jesus.
It hurt Leo thinking of how the clown's intentions had been corrupted.
Clown's intentions have been corrupted.
God, he fought Negati as he explored the maze of the park and located the heart fragments. The first was the part of Pensive Piero that had the courage to bare his body, his heart, and the second was his courage to accept others' feelings. Finding the fragments gave Leo new insight into the clown. You don't need to keep calling him the clown, he has a name.
It's what he is.
He was in love with the princess
His
of the
name
parade,
is
but he
the
didn't
French word for clown.
Oh,
He was in
I
love with
do-
the princess of the parade, but he didn't have the nerve to tell her.
I do still think that the idea of the Balan Theater, pulling people from like different points in time, like I don't know, like something about it just, I don't know. The specific example that comes into my mind is like Sammy from the Pokemon movie meeting Ash. For whatever reason, like I just like the idea of people from the past, present, and future, like meeting in this like pocket dimension
Mm-hmm.
and not even really realizing it. So in that way, it's kind of neat that like the girl in the parade is the same as the girl whose cat fucking died. I think that
Kid.
concept I think that concept is very neat. But I really wish that they hadn't made it like specifically this young girl who's clearly like 8 or 9 or so, and then a much older, like a much older guy. Like in the cutscene, she's clearly older as well, but in the novel, they're not different. They're different ages when they're interacting with one another, and they seem to have, I don't know, a much older clown. But Balan, I am Pagliacci.
I know you can do it.
Thought Leo, gritting his teeth. He knew he was going to have to fight Pensive Piero, but he hated the thought. After all, the kind clown had been one of his very first friends in Wonderworld, him and Clock Tower Kid. Excuse me. The shock made Leo stop. He had just thought of them as friends. He'd never thought of anyone as friends before. He was a lone wolf.
Lone wolf.
He'd never thought he
was-
needed friends.
He was a
fine
skater boy.
being
She
a
said, "See you later,
loner."
boy."
God. He felt his eyes go wide with the realization that he wasn't being a little bitch anymore.
That's exactly why I have to fight him. Because he's my friend. And I have to help him.
I have to kick
Leo-
the shit out of my friends.
Leo pressed on through the amusement park, heading for where the merry-go-round used to be, but all the horses and carriages were gone, leaving behind an empty platform, slowly rotating. Leo felt a cold chill run up and down his spine.
I know you're there, Pensive.
Specifically the adjective.
It's a word. It's a
I know you're
name.
there, pensive emoji.
So where's Emma though? Good question. Excellent
she's just
question.
fucking
She's dead.
Gone. She's gone
fucking
forever.
dead.
As if summoned by his
Written
shout.
out.
Who the fuck is
Retcon
Emma? The only
mid-novel.
character I know is Fighter.
That's right. We don't actually know her name is Emma right now.
Oh, she's probably busy fighting Lance then, while we're just running
Oh.
around. doing
Fighter
nothing.
Emma.
Hang on. Whose emote is that? Is that Chiron? Oh, it's yours. Team posing Emma. That's very fun. I've been meaning to get Dubby. I keep saying I'm gonna commission Dubby to do emotes. I need a Balan disgusted emote.
Like, Balan's face, or you discuss it at Balan?
Balan's face being disgusted because I like the idea of him like scrunching up the brim of his hat, so he's like, ugh. I like that visual a lot.
Rucky has just pointed out something of vital importance. We are at 69% of the way through the book.
Let's
Nice.
fucking go.
Nice. Nice.
Okay, where was I?
Wait a
As if
second.
summoned by his shout. As if summoned by his shout, a monster appeared in the middle of the platform. A horrible heroine for the horrible parade in this horrible park, in the horrible, no good, very bad park. Princess Mary.
Seriously?
Said Leo.
You lose your nerve and suddenly seize the villain in all this? Misogynist? I thought you loved her.
Wait, that's right. The boss for the World 9 is like it's not Piero. It's a completely different character.
Oh.
Like it's not even like a warped version of him. It's a warped version of the princess.
Does that mean Clock Tower gets to be 2 bosses?
I guess.
But he knew
A
it was a
W swap, you
waste
know,
of
that'd be fun.
time to argue with pensive Piero. The clock was too far. Or clown. Clock? What the hell am I
Tower
going on
kid.
about?
It was too late at night.
The clown was too far gone for Leo's words to reach him.
We can't beat
Princess
up the
Mary.
clown.
Send in the clown.
Princess Mary flounced this way and that,
Women are
trying to
evil,
squash him
Pensive Piero.
underfoot.
God, think you're a better dancer than me, huh? I've had dance lessons.
Oh, yeah, I can see it.
Hi,
I didn't
Princess
put that
Mary.
together when
on.
we were actually fighting the thing.
Hang on, did he ever describe any outfits he picked up on this stage?
No?
The rail runner.
Oh, right.
Oh,
I totally forgot.
Yeah, the one of the worst ones. I just noticed that Quark changed her nickname in our server to chess related incident. Delightful.
Really, really funny phrase. That's going to be sticking with me. Leo dodged her every sachet with practice ease.
You don't have the nerve to beat me.
He called, his taunt tinted with sadness. Oh,
You don't have the
I
fucking balls.
You don't have the nerve to beat me.
Where was the
At
battle
that,
on Bout I
Princess
was looking
Mary
for?
summoned a stampede of carousel horses. The horses frolicked on erratic paths toward
For
him,
a
but Leo
split
had the
second, I thought
experience
you
of all
said a
his.
herd of carrots.
If only. But Leo had the experience of all his previous battles and dance lessons to draw from. Every time he dodged an equine enemy, he made sure he got that much
Equine
closer
enemy.
to the center of the platform where Princess Mary stood. She spun into a high-speed twirl as he approached, the edge of her skirt sharp as a knife. Leo had to be careful not to get sliced into ribbons.
Sharp as a knife. She's literally spinning like a buzzsaw. That's the easiest comparison you could have made.
Mm.
What is wrong with this book?
Enough already!
Leo shoved the heart fragments into Lance's mark. Princess Mary let out an ear-splitting shriek, Jesus, and let out an ear-splitting shriek, and crumpled to the ground. The heap of lace and frills slowly shrunk back into pensive Piero.
Hang on,
Clock
you know what I
Tower
just-
Kid!
You know what I just
He said.
realized?
Wait, did he trans his gender for this boss fight?
Yes.
Actually, you know what? Good for him.
Gender fluid.
Gender fluid. That one line of Chucky saying gender fluid will stick with me for the rest of my goddamn life. It's so funny. I have a kid, you know. Gender fluid. The way he enunciates it is like he barely understands what it is, but he knows that it's that's the word, but he says the word like it's the compound word, as in gender hyphen fluid or gender space fluid. I wish I could remember the name of the character.
I've never seen the show. That's the only clip I know from it.
Well,
Yeah.
the show is pretty good. It's just that the gender fluid kid in question is from what is widely believed to be the worst Chucky movie, Seed of
Unfortunate.
Chucky. Yeah. Remarkably, the actual gender fluid aspect is not handled badly because the writer of the Chucky franchise is queer, so
Huh.
like
I did
like
not know that.
he's gone out of his way to just make like the main character of like one of the main plot points of the Chucky TV show is that the main character is gay, and he lives with a really not great family in that regard, and even when he moves in after Chucky kills his dad, spoiler alert, Chucky kills people.
Oh
Huge
no!
true.
Yeah, but after Chucky kills his dad and he moves in with his more accepting family, or his uncle, it's still, I don't know. The Chucky show is really good.
It's at this
even
point that I
independent
realized
of
that I
the-
never added Child's Play onto my list of horror movies to watch.
Yeah, Child's Play is really good. Child's Play 1's really good. Child's Play 2 is also really good. Child's Play 3 is much less good, and then Bride of Chucky is one of the best horror movies ever.
Oh.
At least I would. Okay, it's not scary, but it's one of the most iconic horror movies ever because it's Child's Play or Bride of Chucky is kind of like Resident Evil 4 in the sense that it's like it's not scary, but it's iconic for its place in the franchise and also just
Guys,
being very funny. Yeah.
I'm barely awake right now. Can I finish
Oh.
reading this chapter?
Okay, sorry.
We got sidetracked. by
No,
the
you will
gender
listen
fluid.
to us talk about horror movies first.
Okay.
No, go on.
Tower Kid, he said. Is Clock Tower Kid okay? Leo had been starting to lose faith in the clown, but it stoked the embers of his hope that pensive Piero's first thought
I've already
upon
lost faith
returning
in the
to
clown.
himself was to ask after his friend.
I haven't gotten to her yet.
Leo said, shaking his head. You mean she's still lost to the darkness? The poor thing!
Then
Jesus,
come with
bring
me
on
to
some
her
fucking
stage
comedy.
and help me save her. Help me defeat Lance.
I don't think so.
The clown shook his head. What will defeating Lance accomplish? Clock Tower Kid doesn't want to leave Wonderworld. She wants to stay.
Don't use her as an excuse to keep running away from the real world.
The clown shot a sharp glare at him. That's not what I'm doing.
The clown shot him with his gun that he had.
It was hard.
You sure? Because it sure looks like you're doing whatever you can to avoid the possibility of Princess Mary not returning your feelings.
Leo had started off shouting, but now he was. Excuse me, Dolly.
You'd rather stay here in limbo than risk a broken heart.
He felt a hand fall on his shoulder. When he turned to look, he saw that motherfucker Balin. Little one, you shouldn't so harshly speak. That's my job. It isn't his fault humans are weak. You trap yourself in purgatories of your own devising, and tire yourself out with endless agonizing.
Balan Wonder Gun. That's the
Balan
Yoshi Safari
Gunderworld.
type spin-off. Balan Gunderworld.
Easy prey for negativity to devour when you are at your weakest hour. Leo shrugged out from under Balan's touch.
I gave you the courage you'd lost, pensive.
But please just call him Piero.
Use it to help me fight
Pensive.
Lance. Use it to go back to the real world and finally tell the princess how you feel.
It's okay, this is the last one.
But the clown only shook his head. There's no way she'd ever feel the same about me. No, I'd rather stay here in Wonderworld.
So you're cool with Clock Tower Kid being a monster forever?
Snapped Leo, feeling his face feeling his face flush with rage.
Hang on.
Pensive Piero flinched. She'll be okay, he mumbled. She's got you to save her.
Yeah, leave
Leo
it to
let out
you.
an aggravated sigh, then turned and left the clown where he was. Okay. Okay. Good night, everyone.
Yeah, good night, Clark.
Bye.
Thank you for sticking around.
Of course.
Have a good sleep.
All right.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
I
Good
think
night,
we are gonna-
everybody.
I think we are going to be wrapping up soon.
All right.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye, Cork.
Alright.
Yeah,
Let
I
me
was thinking of just
see.
doing this one last section because I'm pretty sure that's going to be the end until the next chapter.
Oh god.
70% of the way through.
Mm-hmm.
We have to do
Oh, hey, Fred, what did
3
you
novel
show?
reading streams.
Well, maybe the next one won't be 2 years away.
Adachi just sent me a Steam message saying, "Clue, why are you torturing yourself again?" Oh man. I just looked at World 9 and saw that all of missing are the balance bouts, and I just my eye
Right.
just fucking twitched. Oh, Alright, I'm gonna see if there's anything enjoyable I can do in the meantime. There's a balance bout in World 2 I'm missing.
No, you're playing
No, I-
Balan Wonderworld.
There's nothing enjoyable.
The most enjoyable thing about Balan Wonderworld is making fun of Balan Wonderworld.
Not playing Balan Wonderworld. I could write a video essay on this game,
Please do.
but that would require playing more of it.
Ah.
I remember you there was an ask that someone's sent someone on Tumblr, and then you reblogged it saying that talking about when you watched me play through the whole thing. And I had it sitting in my drafts for months and months, and it says, "Yes, hello, I am the friend. Balan Wonderworld is," and then I left my draft there. And that was all I finished writing.
Oh,
It
that's
was
a good
on
post.
mobile. Yeah, because I started writing it on mobile, and then I was like, I'll save it when I get back to the computer after work, and then I didn't. If I've never gotten the vacuum blaster. I do have vacuum blaster, I think.
The
So it
one
might
that
not
used to be Clock Tower Kid. Freed
Rest
from
in
Lance's
peace, Clock
darkness
Tower
your
Kid.
friends may be, yet to fight alongside you, not one will agree, lamented Balan, a sharp edge to his smirk. Speaking of fighting, you've been putting off facing a certain someone, but avoiding Clock Tower Kid won't help in the long run. Street Beat Leo looked away. He did not want to give Balan the satisfaction of seeing how right he was.
Oh yeah, I do have Aircat now. Where is the funny thing?
I can't fight her. She's just a little kid. If I have to, I'll face Lance by myself. Because attacking unaided went just as you planned when you and Emma made your ill-fated stand.
So she is Emma.
Balan shook his head in exasperation. It won't even hurt her, and yet you still dither? Very well, then in darkness she'll wither. Let me ask you the same question you posed pensive, however. Are you cool letting Clock Tower Kid be a monster forever? I love the way he says that. Leo ground his teeth. You've made your point. Balan smiled, brushing the brim of his top hat.
The brim of his eyes.
Clock Tower Kid's town was divided into sections that now floated in midair.
I keep falling to the ground too fast.
Leo figured this was her attempt to protect her stage from
Oh, I
Fighter
got
and
it!
Balan. She probably laid
Hang
a
on.
bunch of traps everywhere, too. Still, it was a relief to see it was still as cute and cheerful as it had been when he first visited.
Jump right as it would hit you. Okay. Hang on, let me get back in front of it. Shit.
He headed toward the clock tower. Boing! He headed toward the clock tower in the center of town,
Oh, it just doesn't
sensing,
let you get crushed either.
sensing that's where she would be.
Yay!
Seeing the
I
state
don't know
of her
why,
stage,
but watching that infinitely floating animation reminds me a lot of Psychonauts, which just reminded me that I have Psychonauts installed on my PC, or Psychonauts 2 specifically installed on my PC, and I'm playing this piece of shit instead.
seeing the state of her
I think
stage
W
put
would be
him at
pretty
ease,
upset if I didn't wait for them though.
but he should not have relaxed so quickly. He triggered a trap almost right away. He stepped onto a block that zipped out from under him so quickly, even his lightning-fast reflexes were no use in keeping him from falling flat in his face. Wow, what an incredible trap. He shut his eyes to draw upon the stage's power. When he opened them again, he was dressed in a costume called Chrono Bunny. As he looked it over,
Not Aircat, really?
not Aircat, he came to understand its ability. It had the power to stop time.
Zawaldo.
Probably because that's what she wanted more than anything when the accident happened. To stop time in its tracks. Clock Tower Kid.
Zawaldo. Again.
Leo felt awful for her.
Where's the balance bout? Did I already do the balance bout? Do I need to fight the boss again? I better
He
not
made
have
his
to
way
fight
through
the
her
boss again.
stage. Now that he could stop time, it did not matter how fast the trap sprung or how many negati attacked him. But he knew the monster that used to be Clock Tower Kid would have the same ability. He couldn't imagine what their battle might look like.
Not
After some-
very hard.
After some time, he found the heart trees and recovered the 2 fragments of Clock Tower Kid's heart.
Yeah, I think I do need to fight the boss again. Fuck.
This one's the part of her that loves cats, and this is the part of her that has the courage to face reality.
This is the part of her that loves cats. What the fuck are you talking about, kid?
He let out a sigh. She's too little to even need the courage to face reality. He really, really did not want to fight her. Even if it was
You're clearly
the
not a little girl right now, dude. Just get over yourself.
Even if it was the only way to save her from the negativity, he knew it was going to hurt her. Suddenly, he noticed a little stuffed animal at his feet. And not just any stuffed animal, a kitten. There had been all sorts of stuffed animals on Clock Tower Kid's stage the first time he visited, but never any cats. He knew that was because her subconscious had blocked out anything to do with cats after the accident. Maybe,
Oh, good for him. He knows these things.
maybe, now that she had lost herself to the negativity, that block had come undone.
This is the part of her that eats her sandwiches with mayo and just a bit of oregano.
The kitten at Leo's feet looked up at him. There was no doubt in Leo's mind that Clock Tower Kid herself had created it. It had such a terribly lonely look on its little face. You miss her too, don't you? How she used to be, anyway. He thought of the monster she had turned
Music goes
into,
hard.
feeling sad. There's no way I can leave her like that! I promised I wouldn't! He gave the toy kitten a good cuddle, making sure to scratch it behind its
Hey.
ears, and then made his
Hey.
way to an entrance that led beneath the clock tower. Clock Tower Kid, or the thing that had been her at least, was down there. He could feel it. When he turned, he saw Clock Tower Kid's illusion, cradling the kitten in her arms and looking at him with a worried expression. Don't worry about me, he said, and made his way slowly down the stairs. Down and down he went, into dim depths where the lights from outside barely reached. Suddenly, loud laughter split the silence. His gaze snapped toward where the sound was coming from and saw the monster that had once been Clock Tower Kid. She was
Clock
called...
Tower Kid is not nearly as cool of a name as they think it is.
None of them are.
She was
No.
called Perla now.
Oh shit, that's right.
I don't even get the joke.
I forgot that there's no enemies that have like ranged attacks that I could use before then. So I kind of want to try that boss
Oh.
again by just shooting it with a gun. That'd be fun.
I don't get the joke. Whatever the word
Purr
was.
like a cat. That's
Yeah,
it.
That's it?
As far as I can tell, at least.
And
This is
she
like
was
Pearl,
giant.
like the jewel. I don't know.
100 times Leo's weight, at least. The monstrous feline wasted no time in leaping straight for him. He dodged her attack just in time, shouting, "It's me! It's Street Beat!" But, of course,
It's me, Street Beat. It's
might as
Riku.
well-
They put bugs in him.
he might as well be a stranger to her now. She wheeled around and tried to pounce on him again and again. With the others, Leo had weakened them enough that he could get close and thrust the heart fragments into Lance's mark, but he did not want to do that to Clock Tower Kid. He wanted this to be as painless
It's not
as...
Forthrington the Fourth. It's Fortstifer the Fourth.
He wanted this to be as painless as possible for her. If I can get it in one
Bitch,
go...
you were exclusively doing this for you. You do not give a rat's ass about how painless it is for her. You are just being selfish right now. Get over
Honestly?
yourself. Kick her ass.
He dodged and rolled around her attacks as he aimed for the mark. But Perla's movements were too erratic for him to get a clear shot. This was shaping up to be his toughest fight yet. Her pounces were
Not
dangerous
really.
enough on their own, but he also had to watch out for the deadly shockwaves that rocked the earth every time her body hit the ground. I just need one shot! Leo had danced for days on end in Wonderworld and never tired, but his face was flushed and sweaty. Now! The monster vanished the moment Leo made to throw the fragments. His intuition prickled, and he turned to see the monster had appeared behind him. Then, there was a sharp ache in his chest, and he saw his costume was shredded. What happened? He'd been so focused on ending this in one shot, he'd completely forgotten about Perla's ability. She stopped time and attacked me. Well, two
Not
can play
long,
that
though.
game. Leo made a show of throwing the fragments again. The moment he lifted his hand, he stopped time. So did Perla. Now they were both frozen, And when time started again,
Okay,
it
stop
started
time
for
for
both.
6 seconds now.
But Perla had not realized that detail. Thinking Leo was still frozen in time, she stalked toward him.
That's literally the bit. That's literally the bit. That is quite
That's the
literally
JoJo.
the exact bit. God damn it.
Just a little closer. Now! He thrust the fragments into Lance's mark. Dismay spread across Perla's face at her prey's unexpected movement. So you can move in my stop time?
Literally like 3 seconds away from saying the actual line.
The negativity started to flake off of her until all that was left was Clock Tower Kid, lying on her side. When her eyes fluttered open, Leo saw they shimmered wetly. Why'd you bring me back to normal? She asked, tears slipping down her cheeks. In the negativity, I didn't have to think about what happened to that poor kitty. Why'd you have to make me go and remember? What do you mean, why? Leo started, but stopped as he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was that
It was
goddamn Balan again.
It was that fucker in the top hat.
That bastard.
Street Beat didn't make you remember because you never forgot. Not before your monstrous change, nor while with negativity you were wrought.
That's a long one.
You've never stopped mourning your feline friend. The wound deep in your heart has yet to mend.
Yeah, it wasn't even her cat, apparently.
Leo felt some of his guilt lift at Balan's words. You can't keep going like this, Clock Tower Kid! Says who? I just want to forget about the kitty I got killed and live in Wonderworld with Pensive forever and ever. Leo started to take a step toward her, but Balan stopped him. The man slipped off his top hat, stroking Clock Tower Kid's turquoise hair. Leo only caught a brief glimpse of the man's face before the hat was back in its usual position, but he was surprised to see that Balan was just as handsome as Lance.
We got the anime guy again.
Yeah!
Wait, it's supposed to be at the end of the game. Whatever, I don't care anymore. This novel sucks.
This is why I didn't want to do this, is it sucks.
I don't know, I'm having fun.
I'm having a good time too, but I'm just every time I don't know why, but I expected there to be some redeeming factors of the novel compared like there is with the game, but there's not. It's just shit.
Yep. And what was more, for that instant, the grin, turn the page please, had slipped from Balan's features, replaced by a look of bitter sadness. Be patient. Be patient with yourself, little one, as you heal. It takes time to recover from such an awful ordeal. He squeezed Clock Tower Kid's hand. Leo put his hand on both of theirs. Look, when you're feeling up to it, we can go back to the real world together and look for the cat. And if, I'll help you make a nice resting place for it. Okay?
Not helping, kid.
At that, Leo and Balan left Clock Tower Kid to her stage. Now there remains only one, Lady of the Midnight Sun. Balan's eyes were unfocused, seeming caught on something in the distance as they walked. You know her story? That you could say, in a way, was his vague reply.
That's Dubby's wife, right?
Debbie's wife.
Yep.
All right, let's go find Dubby's wife.
We're still going?
Yeah.
All right.
Like,
I can do another chapter.
Okay. The one that used to be Lady of the Midnight Sun. Lady of the Midnight
That's a
Sun
fucking
stage no
mouthful,
longer
man.
matched her name. Instead of Everlasting Afternoon, the town had been plunged into an endless polar night with no hope of sunrise.
I don't know. I feel like this is definitely not nighttime when we're playing it.
Yeah,
maybe.
evening at
maybe
most.
no,
No.
it's pretty dark up there.
That's night. It's just the bottomless pit is yellow. Lady of the Midnight Sun does go hard.
Like sunset colors, I guess, but then just stretching too far down.
Yeah.
Something like that.
It's like they just took a gradient that was really nice and then just stretched it weird.
Snow drifted on the breeze, The river and lake were frozen solid. Lady of the Midnight Sun's illusion was pointing to the top of the cliff, though the ground was so slippery that climbing up there seemed all but impossible. Street Beat Leo closed his eyes.
You are really overselling the difficulty of this game, my friend.
When he opened them again, he was in a costume called Frost Fairy. The
Oh,
vestments
good.
looked woven out of ice itself, glittering with all the beauty of fresh snow. Leo spread his hands out in front of him, and in the air appeared a gigantic snowflake, big enough for him to stand
good.
on.
Leo's breaking the game. Leo knows where it's at.
Gingerly, he tested his weight on the snowflake, but he did not need to worry. It was sturdy enough to bear him and then some. Creating snowflake after snowflake,
It
Leo
was
made
sturdy
his
enough
way
to bear
steadily
him
up the
and
cliff.
Emma, who was also there. Just suddenly.
He thought he would find a heart tree up here, but it wasn't just the one. It was both of them, entwined together, even though the rest of the novel has kind of ignored the search for the second one and implied that they're like in the same place up to now. Weird. None of the others' heart trees had been like this. Plus, the negative barrier surrounding the trees looked more than twice as thick as normal. As one, the Tims rammed into the barrier. It did not disappear, but the Tims still got smaller, their color fading. Even as weakened as they were, they geared up to ram the barrier a second time.
Like
No,
dumbasses.
wait! Called Leo, but the Tims lurched into the barrier before he could stop them. They bounced off it again and started to flicker and vanish. Are you okay? Leo
Why do they
picked
make
up.
you skip 3 separate cutscenes for this boss? Or for every boss? It's really annoying.
Leo picked up one
Video
of the tiny
games.
Tims, cradling it in his
Tims.
arms. The tiny Tim.
God bless us, everyone!
Yeah. Who gives a shit about actually
What day is
interacting with
it?
the box?
Why? It's
The boss.
like, what day is
Why,
it?
it's April 2nd, Sam!
No, it's like, what day is it? Why, it's March 26th, 2021! Oh god!
He wasn't sure what the expression on its face meant, but there was no mistaking the tears pooling in its eyes. It must be really painful for them to ram into negativity like that.
March here? Nice.
I'm such an idiot, he muttered, angry with himself for not realizing that sooner. I'm so sorry. Tim chirped as if in response to his apology. He set the Tim back down and studied the heart trees. There was a tiny crack spiderwebbing through the negative barrier where it had been struck. I'll finish what you started! Leo wound up a punch, focusing all his strength into it, and let it fly. His blow bounced right off the barrier, an agony like he'd never known before sang up his arm. He screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground, gasping and panting. Once his breathing finally evened out, he turned to face the heart trees again. The crack had gotten bigger. Leo pulled his fist back again and threw everything he had into another strike. Suddenly, he was on his back, blinking blearily into the dark night. He wasn't sure how long he'd been lying there. His whole body ached. The pain must have made him pass out. The Tims were gathered around him, worry on their fuzzy faces. He rolled his head over and saw the 2 heart fragments glittering on the ground beside him. He'd done it. He picked up the heart fragments, turning them over in his hands. The part of her that loves people, and the part of her that can accept love from others.
The part of her that loves Dubby, and the part of her that is her wife. This is the only joke we have about this character. Because I refuse to resort to a Frozen joke.
That must be why both trees had grown in the same place and been so tightly intertwined. The fragments were 2 sides of the same coin. But out of all the fragments he'd collected so far, something told him the ones Lady of the Midnight Sun had thrown away were the most important. And that was enough for him to get a sense of just how powerful she really was. Plus, she hadn't set any traps or anything on her stage. That must mean she had enough confidence to take out Leo all on her own, in whatever monstrous form she'd turned into. He shuddered a little at the thought. But Lady of the Midnight Sun's illusion still stood, silent and expressionless, pointing.
I had a moment where I was staring at Street Beat doing his idle animation, and I realized that I had the realization where it's like, oh god, he's not breathing normally. They're just making the model fucking swell up again. Like, we've noticed it before, but it doesn't get any less unsettling.
So that's where I'll find her, huh? Leo delved through the stage. It got chillier and chillier the further he went. Just when he thought he couldn't bear it any longer, something other than the cold made him freeze. One out of the ice.
Hex edit Tim's?
No way.
That's hilarious.
Oh,
If there's an easy way to do that, then please describe it. I'm kind of curious. I kind of want to see a giant Tim. That'd be very funny.
Out of the ice appeared the monster that had once been Lady of the Midnight Sun. She looks like... Leo's breath hitched in his throat. She looks like death itself. Her face was sharp and pale, her body nothing but bones. Leo knew better than to think she was as frail as she looked. Her slender fingers crooked in sinuous movements that seemed to beckon to the afterlife.
That's a good word. Sinuous.
He couldn't comprehend this creature having come from Lady of the Midnight Sun. The tiny spark of beauty he had found in the other monsters was utterly absent from her. Even the one that he could not stop going on about how ugly it was. The monster. The Grim Creeper. God, really? Are you fucking serious? That's what you're going with?
Every name has been downhill
to that
since
name,
the fourth
this
to
chapter's
the
actually
second,
feeling
the
pretty
fourth.
decent for this book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Save edit.
The Grim Creeper hurled a ring of ice right at him.
Creeper.
Leo barely dodged in time. The ice only grazed him, but it left a huge gash where it brushed against his costume. The edges were sharper than the sharpest sword. And it wasn't just the ice rings he had to worry about. Lady of the Midnight Sun was dead set on protecting her stage, so she was throwing everything she had at him. Deadly icicles hurtled out of the sky, threatening to skewer him if he made one wrong move. He took every care not to. "Knock it off already!" Leo yelled, even though he knew it was pointless. "Knock it off, Knuckles!" She couldn't understand him. The way Grim Creeper fought was on a totally different level from the other monsters. He had his work cut out for him, dodging around the blade-edged rings and icicles as he tried to find Lance's mark. He finally spotted it, encased in her ribs. But finding it didn't do him much good now that she was ramping up her attacks. There was ice everywhere. It did not matter how quick he was on his feet. It did not matter how quick on his feet he was if he couldn't keep his footing on the slippery ground. She was driving him into a corner. "I'm gonna lose!" But then, he remembered the Tims, the way they had rammed into the heart trees for him time and time again. They never gave up, so I won't either! He pressed
Wound him,
forward.
which value would I want to change?
He pressed onward, closing the gap between him and Grim Creeper no matter how many times the ice slashed him. Just as he felt his consciousness beginning to slip away, he saw Lance's mark appear, right in front of him. He scraped out the last of his strength, and hurled the heart fragments into it. Anguish warped Grim Creeper's face as she sank slowly to her knees, and turned back into Lady of the Midnight Sun. "Father, Mother," she mumbled, without sparing a glance for Leo, her erstwhile foe. Tears slipped down her cheeks. "Why'd you get rid of the part of you that loves people, and the part of you that can accept love from others?" Lady of the Midnight Sun snapped her head up, glaring at him. "Why are you trying to destroy my stage? This is the only place I can forget about my parents, and you're trying to take that away." "What?" he said, rattled by her accusing tone. "You hate them? Your mom and dad?" She gave a violent shake of her head. "No, I love them. Loved, I should say. And they loved me.
They're fucking dead.
They loved me so much that they stayed up all night and all day to take care of me when I got sick. They loved me so much that they were happier than I was when I won my piano competition. They loved me so much that they took one bite of the first meal I ever cooked and told me it was the most delicious thing they'd eaten in their whole lives. Why the fuck you want to forget about them? They wanted to get me something special for Christmas. They left me at home so it would be a surprise. I remember waving at them as they drove off. It wasn't much longer
then they
after
died
that
in a car
that
accident.
I got the call. There'd been an accident. I wanted to forget that in the real world, they're never coming home. That's awful, stammered Leo, at a loss for what else to say. You don't know the first thing about awful. The more you love someone, the more they love you. The more it hurts when they die.
Oh my god! Look at it!
I want to. No, there's no screen share.
Your stream's gone, Clue.
Hang on, I had to close the game, so I had to stop the screen share.
We interrupt this painful monologue about love and death to bring you a weird-shaped bird.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Did it died?
No.
I think it fell. It went into the middle. It's in the machine now.
There it is.
Yep, there it is.
What?
Oh, bird!
Why is it tall?
I edited the save file. Just made it fucking
You have
large.
meddled in God's domain.
Hang on, let me see what else I can do.
Long Tim.
Toll. T-O-L. Toll.
Every time. Anyway, back to the depression. Every time you think about them, every time you remember something, it hurts, and it hurts, and it hurts. That's why I stopped loving anyone after my parents were gone. Why I stopped letting anyone love me. I didn't want to be hurt anymore. I wanted to forget about anyone I loved, and anyone who loved me, and just stay here alone in my stage.
How do I make it larger in general? Like, not just the root scale. Is there another value I need to edit for it?
Sobbing, gasping for breath, Lady of the Midnight Sun crumpled to her knees, seeming to have exhausted herself shouting. Leo blinked and saw Balan standing beside her. He took off his top hat again, and this time, Leo got a better look at his face. His usual grin was gone, and he beheld Lady of the Midnight Sun with an intensely sorrowful gaze. Balan crouched beside her, resting a gentle hand on her shoulder. For a while, he did not move or say anything. When he finally spoke, it was like he had to wring each word out of the fabric of his being. I wish I could say your suffering's done, but I fear that it's only just begun.
It's only just begun. Fuck off.
There's
Fuck
no
off.
fast
That is
way
the
through this.
stupidest rhyme ever.
There's no fast way through this, no shortcut to take, though I hope you'll weather the distance for your dear parents' sake. They wouldn't want to see you in pain, to see you throw life and love down the drain. With that, Balan and Leo left Lady of the Midnight Sun to her thoughts and slipped off through the snow.
Where's my boy?
A long silence stretched between them as they walked. Then Balan said, "Holy shit, that's a giant Tim!"
Why is it
It's
growing and
shrinking!
shrinking?
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Oh. Oh.
There you go.
That's a Tom!
That's
Jim,
a
you
Tom.
fucking goddamn playground. Get out of the machine. I need to pick him up.
No, he's trapped now. He can't get out.
He's stuck.
You condemned him to an eternal purgatory.
What have you done?
Purgatim.
I was thinking about what you said back there, about her parents, wondering what they'd want for her.
Poor thing.
Ah,
Get out of
yes. Care to take a guess? I think they'd want her to love and be loved, and to be happy, and to laugh a lot. That made Balan smile. You know, little one, that sounds about right.
I love my poor son. He's trapped. Yeah, the idle animation is broken. It seems like he's not behaving properly.
He patted
I
Leo
want
encouragingly on the
Beast
back.
on it.
But to make that happen, there's still Lance to fight. Wherever he is! Without a word, Balan lifted a finger. Leo looked where he was pointing and saw a fighter's illusion. Fighter Emma has you covered. The way to Lance's stronghold, it seems she's discovered. She's quite good at pathfinding, you know.
Back here. Get
After
back
all,
here.
it was she who led you to the
No.
stage full of snow.
Yes. Got him.
Yo! Shrinking? Growing? What? What is
As
going
delightful
on?
as this is a little terrifying. I think I might change this poor creature back.
Put that thing out of its misery. Toss it off the edge.
No. I gotta make it regular size, larger than average, but regular size.
But Fighter had a long, ragged tear in her costume. No, the battle shouldn't have started yet, cried Balan. Quickly now. Leo, Emma alone shouldn't face that threat. Another tear appeared in the illusion's costume. Leo ran. He didn't know how long he ran. He didn't notice when everything had become shrouded in darkness, nor when Balan and the Tims had disappeared from his side. From somewhere up ahead, he could feel pulses of immense power. Guess I'm the only one Lance wants to see. He kept walking. Suddenly, a tidal wave of negativity swelled up all around him, whirlpooling closer and closer. Get out of my way! Though he had barely whispered the command, he saw a shudder ripple through the negativity. Leo knew somehow that even though there were thousands of them and only one of him, they wouldn't dare touch him now. He stepped forward. The wall of negativity drew back, parting into a path. At the end of the path, he found Lance, glowing with the dark luminescence of negativity. And at his feet, her costume torn to shreds, lay Fighter Emma. Leo rushed to her at once. Sorry, she said, drawing short, shallow
He's breaths more as she looked normal up at him. now. Still too large. And his face keeps disappearing every once in a while. But
Freaky!
he is normal size. This is average for Tim.
Is it?
Are you sure about
Because
Sort
the
of.
clipping seems to disagree.
All right,
I tried. But
I'm
I
setting it back
couldn't
to
beat
normal.
him.
This thing is scaring me a little bit.
Why? Leo shouted at Lance. You didn't have to hurt her! She is Balan's ally, and therefore my enemy. And now, so are you, I am sad to see, said Lance with a shake of his head.
That's right, Lance rhymes too. Fuck off.
Yeah.
No matter, I just have to begin anew. Seal away everyone's memories again once I defeat you. Back to normal, your stages will go. Just like everyone wanted, I'll make it so. That's not what any of us want! Not really! Not really, you say? Is that so? Then I suppose what is real, you think you know. Yeah, I do! Slowly, Lance began to rise into the air, stroking the tentacles protruding from his back.
I hate that. Why would you say it like that?
Then suddenly, there were 5 of him. Show me then, if you
At
know
least that's an
real
accurate
from
depiction of
fake.
his boss fight.
Which one is me, and which are just shadows in my wake? Lance let out a scornful laugh. Leo donned Tornado Wolf, keeping a close eye on the Lance's every move. The 5 of them smirked, then launched themselves at Leo one after the other. Lance was way faster than any of the other monsters. Leo could barely evade the attacks in time. He dodged the last Lance's blow by a hair, pivoted to Lance number 2, and threw a punch as hard as his costume would let him. But Lance
As
caught
hard
his
as
fist
his costume would let him.
without any effort at all.
Glorious.
Well done indeed, and done very well, said Lance, lifting an eyebrow.
You
He almost sounded
fucker, that's
impressed.
literally the same thing.
You found the real me, but how could you tell? The other ones didn't hold back when they attacked me. You did, if only a little. Lance tilted his head. How curious that I acted so meek. It was not my intention, but I suppose my heart is still weak. That won't do. That won't do at all. He closed his eyes. I shall have to rely on my true form to finish this brawl. Nigety flocked to him by the hundreds, clinging to every inch of his body. Leo watched in horror as Lance transformed into an even larger, more powerful, more hideous monster, covered head to toe into those marks of his. He was negativity incarnate, tentacles unfurled out of a massive bulk, embellished with countless marks. The other monsters had been horrible, but they all retained at least some small vestige of the human they had once been. But not this one. This one exuded nothing but the pure, horrifying, revolting power of negativity. And now that Leo saw it, he knew its true name. Shadowlance. God, they stopped crying after the fun ones. Uh-oh. Goodbye, Leo, I guess.
Yeah, I ran out of costumes.
It swept one of its fat tentacles toward Leo, whipping up whirlwinds in its path. The tornadoes locked on, turning to bear down on him even when he dodged out of the way. They were nothing like the twister Scarecrow had used when he had been a monster. Those ones had been made of air, after all. These ones were pure negativity, howling at high speeds. And they just kept coming, one after another. I can't keep this up, Leo thought desperately, sweat slicking his forehead. He lost count of how many there were, but he didn't need to know their exact number to know that there were too many to dodge. Guess I better go on the offensive then. Steeling himself, Leo lunged toward Shadowlance, striking a blow at one of his marks. As soon as the fist connected, a blast of negative power burst from the mark and disintegrated his costume. The agony that filled him was worse than when he struck Lady of the Midnight Sun's heart trees. It was a pain unlike anything Leo had ever known. All that, and it didn't seem to have even rattled Shadowlance. One of the marks disappeared, but that was it. With a motion like he was shooing a fly, Shadowlance sent the half-fainted Leo flying away. Leo gave a groan as he struggled to his feet. Shadowlance watched him with a cold stare. His legs threatening to give out from under him, Leo changed into Chrono Bunny, hoping against hope the costume's clock-stopping ability would help him. Thank goodness, it worked! He sprang at Shadowlance, but the monster had only looked frozen in time, and batted Leo away again before he could react. You think you have me best with that You think you can best me with that little trick? Here, in my stage, you've no more power than a fly or a tick. Leo
That was the worst one so far.
Leo collapsed to his knees. He didn't have the strength to keep fighting. He's gonna win with Box Fox calling it now. He struggled as one of Shadowlance's tentacles wrapped itself around him, but his flailing only made it crush him tighter. As his vision blurred and faded, he saw two glowing somethings zip through the air. They crashed into Shadowlance, sending up a shower of sparks before plummeting to the ground and flickering out. It was Sentinel and Watcher. They lay unmoving where they had fallen. They were both clad in costumes, not of negative power, but of the positivity that Street Beat Leo himself had been drawing upon. But their costumes were now shredded and scorched from where they had collided with Lance's marks. Sorry, we're late. Leo knew the pain that Sentinel must be in, but the firefighter still managed a bashful smile. Not really living up to my name if I don't protect you.
Amazing Digital Circus, the video game.
Do not slander Digital Circus.
I was gonna say, I wish there was a more apt comparison, but it is equivocal to my digital hell. Self-imposed.
That goes for me too, said Watcher, struggling to her feet despite the wounds covering her body. Though they seemed worse for wear, their positive power seemed to have dealt some damage to Shadowlance in return. Two of his marks had disappeared. Two more glowing somethings crashed into the monster. You'll pay for what you've turned Clock Tower Kid into, growled the first, pensive Pierrot. The second, Clock Tower Kid, nodded emphatically. He's not the only one ready to kick your butt. Any enemy of Pensive's an enemy of mine.
Oh.
Light after light hurtled into Shadowlance, staggering the monster back. Sorry I hemmed and hawed for so long, said Scarecrow. I couldn't give up
I'm sure
on my
that they
dream
really-
after all, said Skygazer.
I'm sure they really thought this was like the Avengers Assemble moment, but it really doesn't. It really does not. It doesn't. I'm not attached to any of these characters other than maybe Street Beat Leo because of his funny name.
Me either, said Seagazer. A life without the ocean is no life at all. They flew at Shadowlance, their costumes shimmering with positive power. I knew you loved us in your own way, said Bugsy, aiming for one of Lance's marks. So, I'm sorry about this, but my butterflies need me. You'd turn on me? Each of you? Every last one? Bitterness laced Shadowlance's voice. After all I have loved you, all I've given and done. What kind of adults would we be if we let children fight our battles for us? Said Madam of the Mansion, as she and Invisible Custodian rushed the monster. One after another.
No one could see the invisible custodian, then.
The Lance's marks vanished. I faced
Compare
more
this to the
formidable
game where the adult
foes.
or the child can fight their battle for them.
Yeah.
Checkered King landed a punch where the staggering Shadowlance showed him an opening. The monster fell to his knees at last, but there were still 2 marks left. Is that all you've got? Your every attack? Because it is victory in mine, and I'll have you back. Lance glyphed. I keep looking at that
Victory,
fucking
I'm
typo.
mine.
Victory, mine.
Mine. Chess-related incident.
Lance lifted his hand, but a blinding light flashed through the air and crashed into him. It was Lady of the Midnight Sun. She fell without a word, fainting with a sad smile on her face. Leo looked at each of his wounded friends, scattered across the ground around him.
They couldn't even manage one fucking hit on the boss, Jesus.
I knew how much you wanted to stay on your stages, how much they meant to you, yet you still came to help me. He tore his eyes from his friends to glare at Shadowlance and saw Fighter Emma struggling to stand. No! Leo didn't even have time to shout the word before she charged at the monster. Not at the last mark, but at the tentacle still binding Leo. Her blow weakened its grip around him, and he rolled himself free. Here goes nothing! Leo gathered the very last dregs of his power, then rammed himself into Lance's mark. Light, negative, and positive both exploded around them. When the brilliance finally faded away, Leo saw Lance lying at the explosion's epicenter, back to the form he'd had the first time they'd met. You may not believe it's true, he murmured sadly as he faded away before Leo's very eyes. But I only ever loved all of you.
Victory, mine. I'm obsessed.
And then, he was gone.
He's dead!
The game is over.
It's over. Leo looked at Emma, and at each of his friends in turn as they all stirred awake again. He scrubbed his face with his sleeve. Thank you. All of you. A sudden brightness flooded the dark, and Leo squinted into it, confused. When had they gotten to the Balan Theater? Balan himself stood before them, applauding. Well done, little one! Well done! Leo's friends rose slowly to their feet. I passed your test, said Leo loudly. Balan grinned. You defeated Lance, certainly. But that, well, that wasn't your real test, you see. The fuck?
What the fuck?
Never fear, little one, you still passed. But I knew you wouldn't do exactly as I asked. If I'd said outright your test was to find people to trust and befriend, why, you'd stubbornly refuse until the bitter end. So, to you, a slightly different task I set. which for defeating Lance, my many thanks you get. Now that his power has waned,
He could have done
Wonderworld
it the whole time.
has once
but
again
but he gave him
regained.
homework instead.
As he spoke, Balan started growing see-through, as did the entire theater and the Tims. What's happening? Said Leo, echoing his friend's shocked exclamations. The time for you to leave Wonderworld is here. Since you no longer need the Balan Theater, it will disappear. Perhaps you'll find it once more if your heart ever again goes astray. Or perhaps not.
Balan became a
Who is to
ghost.
say? But with full certainty, this I can declare. It was a delight to have you, my friends. A joy beyond compare. Balan doffed his top hat and swept into a low bow. Clock Tower Kid's eyes widened in surprise. You're better looking than I thought. Thank you, thank you. I'm flattered to tell the truth. Emma snickered. You're certainly nicer than any of us thought. Why, am I? Balan spun his top hat on his head, grinning that grin of his. With the lavish theater fading fast around them, Leo and his friends crowded close around Balan. Go back where you came from, you lot. Dot'll here much longer, you really ought not, he said with a shooing motion.
Ugh.
Without warning, Emma flung her arms around Balan. Bewilderment flickered across his face. Leo didn't want to say goodbye to the Tims, and annoying as Balan had been at the beginning, the man had grown on him. Leo joined Emma in hugging him, but Balan put a gentle hand on his back and gave him a soft push toward the exit. Everyone chatted as they walked toward the front doors, stealing glances back over their shoulders. We're gonna stay friends even once we get back to the real world, right? Asked Emma. Everyone nodded emphatically, including, of course, Leo. I'm gonna perfect my flying machine, vowed Skygazer to everyone's horror. Dear God, no. I added that bit.
I'm reading along at this point because I'm just letting the cutscene play at this
Yeah.
point.
All right. I'll head back to the ocean, said Seagazer, though I think it's too soon to start swimming again just yet. I kind of made fun with everyone for being so into the Eltrondos, but they might be cool to see. Think we can catch them tonight? Leo asked Emma. The meteor shower? The news said it was only for one night. The Eltrondos, Pensive Piero frowned and thought. I haven't heard of them, but I know what I need to do. I'm going back to Christmas Rose Park and telling the princess how I feel. She might not feel the same, but I'll never know unless I say something. If I don't, all that time I spent in Wonderworld will have been for nothing. Christmas Rose Park? Where's that? I've never heard of it before. Clock Tower Kid had a sad look in her eyes as she took the clown's hand. Though, I guess I ought to go back to that clock tower. Beside Checkered King stood his queen, fading away with the Tims and everything else. You aren't my wife, said Checkered King to the queen, who regarded him sorrowfully. You're just my memories of her. No amount of wishing will bring her back. He embraced her. You were born of my heart, so to my heart you should return. At that, a wide smile lit the queen's face. She touched her
This is not
lips
my
to Checkered
beautiful
King's
house.
cheek,
This is
and
not my
faded
beautiful
away
wife.
into his chest.
Wait a second. Wait a second. This kid on the right, the blonde kid with his hair up, he looks like the kid, like the young adult that challenged Checkered King to chess.
He does.
It's entirely possible.
That is entirely possible.
She is not
Leave
your
all
real
time
wife.
stuff.
Yeah. She's not your real life. Oh my god.
Checkered
I'm
King
absolutely
held his arms
obsessed
around the
with the
empty
notion
air
of a shared universe.
where the
or
queen
like
had
a
been
shared
for a little while
timeline.
longer. Tears.
That dude was
streaming
ripped.
down
Well,
his
I'm
cheeks.
saying like because we know that time fuckery is a thing. It could
Mm-hmm.
be that it was him from the past.
Sam Kid can't be good at both chess and dancing. That's incompatible skill sets.
Mhm.
Completely different
And it took a
stats. Both
screenshot
dex
when it
and
said-
intelligence? What are you talking about?
I took a screenshot when it said directed Yuji Naka.
With that, Leo, Emma, and their 12 friends stepped out of the Balan Theater. No one remained
Why
in
is
the
there so much
Balan-
space around it? What is this fucking House of Leaves?
Wait, why did just the chess guy specifically get that send off.
Mm-hmm. No one
The
remained
art
in the
is
Balan
also
Theater,
very nice.
save for Balan himself, the Tims, and a few lingering negati. After sending everyone on their way home, Balan turned and made his way to the heart of the theater. There, he found Lance, as transparent as a ghost. Balan let out a light snort. Masquerading as Wonderworld's maestro is quite ill-advised. I hope I can take this to mean you've been properly chastised. Lance's eyes fluttered open. It was no masquerade, not in the sense you imply. But I suppose, yes, by omission I did lie. To call myself maestro,
I can't believe we have
indeed
two
have
fuckers
cause.
that are rhyming in this scene. It's awful.
Not of Wonderworld now, but Wonderworld that was. Oh? I was the one who kept positive and negative powers in harmony. Before I was called Lance, my name was Balan, you see. No! Denying it won't make it any less true. But now, I have a question for you. Have you any memory of the real world you can recall? 3,000 years it's been, after all.
What the fuck? All the cool shit's happening now.
Balan's breath hitched in his throat. No, why?
Even his stupid little, like, fucking cutoff thing is entirely in rhyme. I hate it. I hate it
And
so much.
oh, and no.
Oh, god damn it, you're right. Before you became Balan, it was my part to play. But I grew too close to the humans, and to their sorrow and sadness fell prey. Balan no longer, but Lance I became, and negativity began laying upon Wonderworld its claim. To save, there was only one thing I could do, and that was to create a new Balan. You. A faint smile
telling me
played
this is a
across Lance's
fucking
lips.
Inevitable, like, looping timeline of Balan and
Cycle
Lance.
goes on.
I hate it so much.
But now you're falling in love with them too. Be careful, Balan, or Lance they'll soon call you. Never! Shouted Balan. That won't happen! Ever! Honestly, enough with the self-deception. You normally take everyone's memories when they leave, so why this time did you make an exception? Why? Because Balan took a flustered step back. And what is that running down your cheek? Don't tell me your eyes have started to leak. Balan jerked a hand up to his face. When he pulled his fingers back, they were wet with tears. Face it, you don't stand a chance. It's only a matter of time until you become Lance. I won't.
I hate this so much. I hate this exchange so much. It's awful.
Slowly, Lance got to his feet, a small, sad smile playing across his features. That's what I said too, he muttered. But it was too late for me, and it's too late for you. Balan gave a furious shake of his head. I swear on my top hat, I will not end up like that! Lance wandered slowly
Oh my god,
away.
I just noticed that that's what your emote is. That's cute. It's the baby. It's Debbie's wife's baby.
Oh my god!
That's so silly.
Lance wandered slowly away into Wonderworld, his weakened negati stumbling after him. Do you hear me? Balan shouted after his retreating form. I refuse to share your destiny! Part 4. After.
Oh my god, there's still more. I forgot.
Oh,
There's so
I
much
thought we
more.
were done.
Do you want to read this during Faces of Evil? That'd be funny.
when would we find opportunity to? There's so
Yeah,
much
we're
there
in
to
the
pay
actual
attention to.
gameplay segments.
Thank you so much for sticking around, WoWing. It was good to see you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think you were around for when I was speedrunning the game. Or maybe I might have been thinking of someone else. But yeah, thank you for sticking around and for sharing fun facts.
Yeah,
Like getting caught frozen in
Yeah, that was
midair.
cool.
Yeah. I genuinely do have a disgusting degree of affection for this game.
And I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Well,
I do think that there's
one more session of book reading, although it's gonna be shorter this time.
yeah, and maybe we'll have Dubby and we'll go through the Act 3 stages again.
Yeah.
Because we didn't do the Act 3 stages last time, but yeah, I'm about done. I'm done
Me
for the
too.
night, and
I need
can't
water.
I can't
Alright.
do another part.
Yeah.
Gee, is there a target to raid? Clueless
Clueless
acquires
acquires
Stockholm syndrome.
Acquires? He's played this game like 5 times.
Hang on, let me think. The first time on PS4 where I mimed taking out the disc and snapping it. That was a fun finale. I was still really proud of that. The second time I played it was on the Switch as a joke, but I didn't finish it. And I did do 2 speed runs. One where it was a botched run, and then one where I actually finished the game in a reasonable amount of time. So I think between those, I've finished the game 3 times, but the number of times I've really played the game like proper would probably be closer to like 2. Like 2 full playthroughs, which is weird. This is a blast to watch. Good. I'm glad that my hyperfixations on shitty things are bring
On
good.
the worst of garbage.
Speaking of the worst of garbage, what's your guys' schedule like on Thursday? Do you think you'd be around for Faces of Evil?
I
Likely.
think I'm not working then.
Oh boy.
I am not working.
At least that's garbage we haven't already done several times over.
Oh man. Yeah. Because the problem is with Balan Wonderworld is now we're at a point where we've run out of things to talk about. Okay, I haven't, but I can't do that while I'm playing. Or while there's a book being read. So I genuinely think that you know what I should do? You know that idea that I had, the adaptation station, where I was just gonna do like where I do reviews of adaptations of different works, like reviewing like uh like Resident Evil and the Resident Evil movie, and or like Persona 5 the game and the anime, and how it's the anime is kind of a waste of time. Yushinaka needs to commit a new crime. You're right. That would justify me doing another stream of this, because this was for the
Yushinaka breaks out of prison.
This game of tag is boring. I'm out of here. It would give me an excuse to bust out Top Hat Clue again. I'm unreasonably happy with this stupid little edit I made. I do kind of want to make one where it's just sticking on top of Mush's head, and then Dragoni has one where it's one hat on each horn. Like Chancellor Cole from Spirit Tracks. That'd be fun. And of course, Quart gets one per little triangle bit.
Yeah.
All right. Let me see if there's anyone live that we can raid.
No one I'm following, alas.
I have 2 people I'm following live: Clueless Anonymous and Disgruntled Mushroom.
Let's see. Ooh. 2 things. Oh, there's you. I think we're gonna raid. We're gonna raid the Juker, because Juker's playing DK64
Jukes?
randomizer.
Ooh.
Yeah. So this is. Oh my god, he's playing as Pink Diddy Kong. That's great. I think they took like the multiplayer palettes and like long time sitting. Let me stand up and stretch. I do need to make sound notifications for those. Oh my god, Lanky Kong is fucking green. This is a fun one. I really want to do a DK64 playthrough. The melons are red.
Hmm.
Melons.
Oh goodness.
Peeled
Ring
watermelons.
Fit might have a good that's a good place to look for it. Or just a Wii
I
Fit trainer.
forgot about Ring Fit.
Let's stand up
I
and
haven't. I've been
stretch.
playing it every couple of days.
I
I need to
should.
get back into it. I'm so out of shape.
I have save data on my Switch from when I played it at the apartment with Maddie. And I still need my own copy. Also, Ring Fit would fit the brand because of Knuckles in the ring.
Ha!
Yeah, that's not a stream game.
No, I would not be streaming it. All right. Okay. Let's raid Juker.
I mean, Sap streamed it once.
Luker
Face
from
cam.
Persona 5.
Yeah, Juker Persona 5. All right. Thank you all. Wait. We need a raid message. What's our raid message? Chess-related incident.
That works for me.
All right. We survived a chess-related incident. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much for
Good night.
watching.
See ya.
Bye-bye.